Thing is recorded. Praise him. I have a question. What are your intentions? Did you not understand what was implied for us as a people? That the just shall live by what? By faith. If the just shall live by faith and not by sight, you can't occupy the same space with logic. What you can and cannot do. That's the purpose of faith. Faith, Hebrews 11. Turn it down a little bit. Hebrews 11. For faith is the substance of things hoped for, prayed for, believing for, and the evidence of things not seen. It really tickles my fancy to see people who, especially, call themselves teaching other people. You talking about strength, you talking about being weak. It's weak-minded people like that keep people that are weak or can't see themselves or how they are. When you go, when you call yourself a believer, when you call yourself a faith preacher, because that's what we live by. Understanding to come to God, we must first do what? Believe that He is, that He exists. This is something that you cannot physically see, but He gives you evidence of the substance of the appearance that He already exists, being spiritual, then natural. So to comply with that same thing and to say we are all born weak. Okay, let's see. Because apparently, see, this is what happens when some of these folks don't have no children and all that. And they be over here trying to explain things to people. But let me help you out a little bit because I don't want you to think I'm lying to you. So let me give you something to look at. So as we can see, just okay. That's just a little example for me to go ahead into depth in what the Lord is about to say. If your feelings easily hurt, honey, you might just want to go and click off right now. Because I really ain't in the mood. And whatever come out, gonna come out. Just period. This is just why I said I don't mess around. First of all, to be this phone, I would be saying, in the name of Jesus, Lucia. So is this thing back on? Oh, So the first thing is for us to understand that if Hebrews 11, if you're going to believe God, you're going to believe God. If you're not, you're not. If you're not going to believe God and you're going to have that who did it and got away with it attitude, then you might as well throw in the towel. You might as well just drop it and just leave it where it's at. Because you complicate things and other, hold on, baby, I'm trying to get to the back to the background. Excuse me. You complicate other people's um journey with your complicated self when you lack faith your own self. You can't preach something that ain't in you. You can't teach anybody something that's not in you. To be a professor, you must first what? You talk about resistance, you talk about training, you talk about strength building, you talk about muscle building and all that. First of all, yes, you have to go into the depths of that what it is first to learn how to what? Resist. And that is why he said resist the devil and he shall flee. But to be educated. That's what God is talking about. Be educated, be properly informed in what you're talking about. We just view what these babies were doing. What were those babies doing? You said we're born weak. That's showing you that everybody's not born weak because weakness is a mind thing. When God said, when you are weak, then I am made strong. He's talking about your will. You giving your will, giving, submitting yourself to Him because we like to take control of things. We like to have the control and be able to just like the control narrative of the outcome. Just like we was talking about the whole thing, and just like I was gonna get on here and talk to the girl, maybe all this stuff gonna come out right now. The young lady about, and that's one of the things that I don't like, and I don't like it since I've been on social media because y'all don't know me like that. But that is one thing about me. I'm not a complainer. I'm not one, and I face something head on quick, especially when ooh, come on. That's the tenacity of me. When you tell me I can't do something, you just gave me all the reasons why I should as long as it ain't illegal. But I'm about to show you that it can be done. Faith is the representation to you, for you to see what God has put in you that He shows us. By that, it's just like being a mirror that God allowed different situations and circumstances for us to be able to see within this mirror what the capacity that we truly have, what He's built in us. And we are to learn what through discipline how to build resistance, how to build up what the Bible say, build up on what your most holy faith by what praying, fasting, speaking in tongues, building up on your most holy faith, implying that you need to what engraft more and more of His word. It washes, it cleanses, right? Amen. And His Spirit, there's the power, but He does not overpower you. So when oh, Jesus, help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. When you're trying to convey to a people that they may understand what it is to have a mindset to overcome. And that is the problem with society. That is the problem. Where was I looking? I seen something a little bit. What was that? A little bit earlier. I saw something. Um, I think it was in a movie or something. It's briefly out because I don't really remember it all, but I think it was something. It was something where she was telling her son, and at this time he was older, and it was about his gifts or whatever, and he was pouting and whatever, and he didn't like the fact when people found out he had gifts or whatever, and they misprinted it in the paper, and he was called the healer, and that ain't what it was. He learned how to generate electricity or something like that. So it comes out being that God used and developed his strength, developed his strength that he didn't understand what it was. He just thought naturally that it was about his ability was about electricity and him being able to fix things in a way. But he didn't couple faith in with what he was doing as far as fixing things. So he comes run down the stairs and he looked. Well, he didn't look. He went to the phone because he noticed some whatever. He runs down the stairs. He gets to the phone and he trying to call to see why so and so 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 so. He didn't know the lady standing there because everybody's sitting on his couch in his house and he's not aware. He comes down out the shower with a towel on. He gets down there, and while he's on the phone, the towel falls off. The lady standing behind him, she's an older lady, and she's looking like, oh my God. She's looking at him like, oh my God. So when he turns around, he's like, oh my God. Where did you come from? Why are you here? And she said, It's in the paper. It's in the paper that you're a healer. You know, it says it's in the paper that you're a healer. So we came that you heal us. Somebody had a problem. They was about to pass away. The other man he couldn't hear. The girl was sitting there. She was there for her boyfriend. And he was scared to come to the man himself. So she was standing in the front for him because she was saying, "You have the ability to heal my boyfriend. So if you do me a favor, then I do you a favor." And all this about it. So it went on, whatever the case may be. I don't know. I think the movie was good, but it was kind of stupid at first. And sorry. I think it was both all that, but it was a lesson to be learned in the whole thing. So basically, out of the 10 minutes that I watched it, I got something. I got something. I got something, y'all. Okay. But that was the whole purpose of God sending him on a mission beyond what he can fathom to get him to understand there's something working that's greater in you than you yourself. So as you can see, the post that I posted that I was here and the Lord said to me, He said, put how you do it, child, post this. And he said, he did not, wait, because I know we finna be all like in the, and see, this is the thing. When you teach faith, this is the problem with folks on the other side of the spectrum. Don't hate and reject what you don't understand. People rather create conflict and chaos rather than to change, rather than to take the initiative. So even in the story that was told about faith and about being born weak and rich, really it don't add up and none of it makes sense. Which faith don't make sense. It makes miracles. And people neglect to understand that when God talk about anything, even like what we talk about, being mature, being perfect, whatever. So what God was saying is that we have to understand, excuse me, wow, and it's right here in front of my face. Thank you, Lord. I didn't even have to search for it. I thank you, Jesus. I thank you. So what he told me to say is don't hate what you don't understand. Be ye transformed by what? The renewing of your mind. It is written. What God said to me while I was sitting here is this. Oh, Jesus, I picked up the tiniest thing I could. Oh, my goodness. That it's not about a perfect human being. God is trying to teach us to be a holy people, spiritually mature in the faith. So that accompanies you being trained, being disciplined, right? So if you a big old 6 foot something of statue and you a weakling, just like with the David and Goliath, right? How this big old giant, which everybody was afraid of because of what? His height, his stature, his development, which we're not born in total strength. But if you gonna wait until you exit this life, about to exit this life, before you claim to be a conqueror, when God done already told you you are more than a conqueror through what? Through Christ. But you still at struggle bus. Then it just say we need to get off and the wheels on the bus go round and round and round and round and round and round and the wheels and the bus go round and round all through the town. You still got a project mentality, no growth. And whenever you teach your people that, that's what they end up being themselves. Because no teacher, whether spiritually or naturally, will ever be able to take you where they have not developed themselves. Understand that. This is why God teaches us why it's not good for us to entertain, to listen, to be taught by certain people, beliefs, and certain things. Because all of that God has brought, this is why my faith, my mindset is the way it is, and I'm so determined in the way that I am, and many people don't understand that. Because I feel like if I had to do like everybody else and start from square one, you understand? And I didn't have a silver spoon put in my mouth. So regardless of how people view or how people misinterpret or how people want to be committed to misunderstanding, that's not my problem. That's yours. You dig? So God aligns people who can relate and on that journey. That's why God said, ye which are what? Spiritual. Restore such and one. You should be mature enough in faith that those that are coming behind you, you have enough that is in you. That's all preaching is. That's all sharing faith is. It's not about us being smarter than the next one and wiser than the next one. Da 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 da. It's understanding when you have been developed in a certain at a certain point where God positioned you. Confirmation for those who are coming up behind you. Just like we have stair step siblings with sisters and brothers and all that. Well, that first sibling gon' get the waters, test their waters first. Why? Because you might be 5 years behind them. You might be 2 years behind them. You might be a couple of months behind them. So it just depends on by way which and what status that is. Well, y'all stair step or y'all distance with my baby brother. I think with me and him, it's probably yeah, probably is like 16 years. Think my mama had us like 16, 17 years. You know what I mean? Or whatever. And it's like people misconstrued the idea that they still on the struggle bus because at the point you can't receive the engrafted word of God, what you say by faith, you believe God, you believe His word. That's what you're saying. When you say you're born again, when you say you are saved by grace, you believe what God say you can do. You believe His word. So He has established that He has put everything, accompanied you with everything that you need to grow, to have a mind and a development that is capable of sustaining you along this journey. So he understands at whichever stage of development you are, that these things are that will come into compliance in your life where you will come and maybe you face being sad for a season or single for a season or you just gave birth and you're a new parent. So now you got to learn. You got the discipline or you got to learn what it is. If you was all structured and disciplined, you like everything neat in your house and all that, baby, you in for a good you in for a good yes, Lord. Because baby, them little babies come with a task. You hear me? Ain't no more sleeping all day, all night. Okay? Ain't no more nappy when you get ready to. Because when baby see mommy or daddy or mommy and daddy getting ready to nappy baby like I'm hungry. They were like you know when we was in school they sent us home with them some of y'all know what that is. Them little hollering behind babies. Our parents dreaded for us to come home and get that letter signed to bring that baby home from they bring that baby home from school. Take it back. We ain't trying to rush nothing around here. Take it back. Mommy, I gotta do this for home economics. I gotta get it. I know we get to pass my grade or whatever. Your mama be ready to go to that school and tell the people out. No, because I don't want my son. I don't want my daughter. They gonna be out here trying to just doing the most. Because they want that baby to be a baby. Why that baby can be a baby? So God understand the different stages and things that we are in life. Y'all take it so deep into the depth, like God said, do it now or whatever. Tomorrow is not promised. And that's the understanding that we all have to have. He said what he say to one, he say unto all. So whatever I'm saying to you, like I said, I'm not gonna teach nobody nothing that I'm not gonna do myself. But the whole point of you believing in God by faith is believing in possibilities because He is the one that makes things that seem to be impossible possible. Hold on, Lord. I'm trying to get it. All right, go. Hold on. I'm trying to get it. How God giving it to me. Okay. Thank you. The enemy was trying to take it, but it was there in the first place. I don't know. My voice is not the best right now, so y'all just whatever. uh, God specializes in things thought to be impossible, and He will do what no other power can do. You know that God specializes in things thought to be impossible, and He will do what no other power can do. And then he goes, God specialize, oh God, specialize, oh God, specialize. Oh God, this is way back in church day, y'all. When we was like, and I remember all it just that's what just made me just crack up because baby, we used to be in revival singing that song, and apostles be getting ready to come out on pulpit. um, Pool of Bethesda be sitting out there, and people be coming and lighting up, be ready to jump in that pool. And God was healing people and all that kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that stir up your faith. That's why I can't stand this modern day stuff. What is it? So if He's that God that can do what no other power, including your power, can do. So by Him being indwelling and Him giving you His power, that you suffice in Him to be able to conquer. He said through Christ, you are more than conquerors, and you still right here declaring, all I need is progress and not perfection. Because perfection is, and because perfection is, and because what is the definition? Let's go. Because at the point that the definition, which phone was I? Which phone was it? I think it was this one. Oh, God, specialize. Yes, God, specialize. Is this thing update this phone one more time and I can't find nothing. Ay, hold on. Let me get to it. Mm, they did do that. Okay. I don't know. Then maybe just look it up. Oh, come on, Giggle. Thank you. All right. We're gonna start right here. The term perfect generally means complete. Watch this. Let me show y'all something. So it says the term perfect generally means complete. How does it start with complete? Who is God? Is God complete? Is God flawless? Is God without defects or blemishes? Is God in you? So if he's in you, that will leave you just as he is. Complete, flawless, and without any defects or blameless. Why do you think you defective? Why do you think you have blemishes and all of that? Basically, because somebody told you had big lips someday. Someday somebody told you had pop eyes. Somebody told you was too dark. Somebody told you was too skinny. Somebody told you was ugly. Somebody told you everything but what they wanted you. They knew that you should be believing about yourself. And at some point, you stayed right there where somebody called you out of your name, and you believe what they say. So now you view yourself as what? Flawed, incomplete. In God, you are complete. In God, you are flawless. In God, you are without defect and you blameless. From all the way from Revelation all the way back, you will see this. So what he means is the manner of you understanding that it's being mature, being wholehearted, being obedient. When we read and we hear that he talked about Job, it was Job doing his testing. But remember, he said Job was this manner of man before. Watch it now, before his testing. So what God was looking for was already in Job, and it was established in Job, and through his faith being tested, he remained the manner of man he was instead of allowing his trials, errors, situations, and all that deter him from God or cause him to change the manner of man he was. And God declared that he's perfect, mature in the faith. So by God's spirit, you are complete. So most of this stuff It's stemming from, and it's coming from the fact that you can't believe, or you. So obviously the word exists. If therefore it's a dictionary word for it, right? Uh, according to your society, it exists. So regardless whether you like the word or not, and you want to accompany that word to be a part of your life or not, it's there. Just like God. Satan, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Don't come on here messing with my broadcast. You don't like what I'm saying? Dismiss yourself. Ain't nobody asking you to be here and beg you. I'm tell y'all again. If you want to be on this podcast, if you're here, it's the basis of you understanding growth, that you're willing to grow. You're willing. All right, y'all. It's just gonna keep cutting off. I don't know, but this is really crazy. You see that? It just keep cutting right back off. So I guess I can't put up no banner or whatever the case may be. But nevertheless, the fact that, let me make sure. Okay, the fact that it says, yeah, it's not showing nothing on here. All right, oh, okay. So the fact that it starts out with complete. Anytime you look at your life in situation, if you continue to look at it as a half mass, you know how they say if the glass is half full or if the glass is half empty. Even when you set goals, confirmation, and you go out for goals, what do you do? Y'all see my little grandbaby? He telling y'all, y'all hear my nana to y'all. Y'all hear my nana. Who hear my nana? um, for us to understand what that is, to be complete, God completes us where we lack as human beings. And when you talking to people and you telling them that we all born weak, no, we had to grow in stages, in cycles, just like understanding the caterpillar. It goes through that season in the incubate, in the time where it's dark, in the time where they're in the cocoon, and they have to come through that process. We all have to come through what? A process. Amen. Just because you being developed, it does not make you be imperfect. That means you have to grow in stature. You have to grow. You have to develop those disciplines, those muscles, and learn how to use them effectively to build by faith in your life. Does that make sense? Brick by brick, line upon line, precept upon precept. Amen. For you to be able to understand what that is. Oh, I'm gonna put it right here because maybe then we'll get because apparently this thing then, okay, let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna put, okay, God didn't put us here to do all of this extra stuff with this worrying and acting like weaklings and all that. It makes you wonder sometimes. We say we the children of God. What you think God view when He done did all of this and He done gave us all of that, and then we sit up here and act like crybabies, like we just can't. All right, I am not today, Satan. So it is what it is. That's about what we gonna get today. Let me hurry up so I can get off here and let y'all go. So it describes something that is that satisfy all requirements, is entirely complete or matchless an ideal standard. So in that accompanying, whose standard are you living by? Your standard, society standards, or God's standard? So whichever way your faith fall in, that's why your life look like it do. Because if I had to look at everything that I had to come through in life, I would have never got here. If I looked out of the lenses of being weak, I can't do it, that little ticker little engine that could, that would, if it can, and I think I can, and I think I can. At some point, you got to develop enough strength and backbone about yourself and say, I know I can. So God would have never allowed the hill, the tracks, the train to go or whatever where it was going. It wasn't the ability for it to be able to do so. But he gave you a will to be able to. And then he gave you his strength. So coupled with him, you can do what? As Paul said, all things through Christ Jesus. So he put a hurdle in front of you, allow a hurdle or put a hurdle, whatever you want to say, in front of you in order to get your attention to teach you. Maybe you sitting there like the man was at the pool. Instead of him, I mean, if you sit there, you're a paraplegic or whatever. I see around here where we at, where some of us got all our limbs, and these people be around here running marathons and all that. So in most cases, spiritually and naturally, people are crippled in their thoughts, in their own mind. Because if you never develop mentally the ability to discipline your thoughts. That's why he said being transformed by the renewing of your mind. And you go from I think I can to producing the goals, the desires, the things that you want to do in life. Now maybe if somebody puts some there and you know if they put a big building in front of you or whatever. Now I had some backwood folks that came up in the country and stuff like that. My mama took us out there. My brother, daddy had brothers and stuff like that. They was out there lifting up cars and stuff like that. You see what I mean? So like they was Arnold Schwarzenegger or something, trying to prove something to one another. So one day I remember as we was cheering, my mama might laugh because she might remember what I'm about to say. I remember we was standing there and we was looking at them. So I don't know if it was my daddy's dad or his brother or both of them was at the back of the car. And their sister got in the car and she wanted to see if they was gonna be able to lift that car up and keep her from driving off. So she so she so she would put her foot on the gas to with the driving off and they lift both of yeah, they was both of them. They lift the car up off the ground. So the back wheels on the car was spinning. You see? But they had developed, huh? What you say, mommy? What you mean? What I know? I remember. I remember. um. So what you know about that? And it was amazing to me This see them doing what they did, and to me, it's like that's crazy. So to us, what other people do, it seems like it's impossible. But look, we seen Chuck Norris do things that look impossible. Jackie Chan. We seen what the man name was that died? Bruce Lee. Um, what that man used to jump the motorcycles, y'all? The impossible somebody. What the man name was? Remember, he used to be like the circus thing or the whatever, and then the man who walked the wire across the thing or something, and then you had the well, they have all these things now. What is called the Guinness Book of World Records or whatever. So that tells us within itself that it's not impossible because somebody took the initiative to believe enough in themselves or God that they was capable of achieving what they put their mind to. They teach this stuff in school, don't they? Because wisdom is the principal thing. And the wisdom for you to understand by reason of God having God's spirit and Him being perfect and being entirely complete and put Himself in you in order for you to be able to be established in that same right. So He sent somebody like as you to show you that accompanied this walk in earth from Jesus, Paul, and all the other disciples. So Paul came and told you that I can do all things through what? Christ. Exemplifying through Christ. Through God. I can do all things. Nevertheless, I found out through analyzing my life, taking self and daily inventory, I found out here goes some hiccups. In case you, my brother and sister, come along 2,000 years from now, let me write this and show you what I found out about me in this spiritual walk, in this daily walk. I observed myself in carnality, in the flesh, doing the things accordingly that I wanted to do. And I understood that evil things work in the members of my body, in my own will, in my own mindset, trying to do it without God. I failed. Period. Over here on this hand. So basically, he probably backslid. As we see, we read that he did. So when he repented and got back in his place, what he understood that now in the developmental process through faith and understanding his walk with God spiritually, to understand that when he stopped yielding to his flesh, he was able to accomplish things by what? Doing what God said. Those that are the sons of God, huh? They are led by the Spirit of God, not their flesh. Because in the flesh there dwells no good thing. So we understand that this they have to do with the salvation aspect of it because God is good. And if He dwell in you, then how would you be able to say that? So being able to understand when you teaching people, this is what this is, people. This is what this is. That's all this is. Faith. And what happens is, this is why I continue to have conversations with y'all for y'all to get to know me. I give you explicit part of my testimony, how I got here. That I didn't get here overnight. That you understand that it may take some time, and for somebody else, it may not take all that time. They may be like me. If I got in trouble one time, that was enough. I was just smart enough to know I ain't like whoopings. Apparently, my little brother like whoopings. So I tried my best to stay out of trouble. So there are some things in life, and this one big thing that y'all miss. Is it a mistake? And here's what y'all like to couple with because I seen that when I seen it here when it came to let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Um Jesus, I started sweating. Oh Lord. In the Bible, perfect does not be flawless or sinless. Right there says a whole lot. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you again because I already did in one of the videos before. Because this is detrimental. This is why I tell you when you Google stuff, you Google basis of somebody else's belief and the only whatever in their updating of what they did, what they contingency of growing. But watch this. I'm gonna show you something that's very vital. We just read the definition of perfect. Watch this. And the first word of the definition started out with complete. It started out with complete. All right. In the modern sense, it primarily translate the Hebrew. There we go again, y'all. Everything running together. Tamim and the Greek telex, telex, which mean complete, whole, and it's still in the biblical term. Go back to the same thing, but they started it out with man's definition of perfect being that it does not mean flawless or sinless. Now it interprets that said the modern tense. It primarily translate in the Hebrew, in which the biblical terms, and the Greek as complete, whole, mature, right? This is what we're reading. Or having reached an intended goal. So the goal of salvation is what? Is that your soul be saved and don't be lost. That you receive God, who is what? Whole. Let me start it out like they said, complete, whole, and mature. Complete, whole, and mature. The intended goal, which means establish. Watch this. Completeness and wholeness, being spiritually undivided, having integrity. Do any of you have integrity walking with God? Are you believers that have integrity? Would you say that about yourself? Do you see enough about yourself to claim that you walk in integrity? Okay. You giving God your undivided attention. I'm finna mess y'all up. Wait a minute. Having integrity and possessing a whole heart toward God. Those that worship me must worship me in what? Spirit and in truth. Giving God your what? Mind, soul, and spirit. Notice God didn't ask for your body. Wait. Did y'all just catch that? Notice God didn't ask for your body. Your body goes back to the what? Dirt. I mean, the dust. Back to the dust. From dust you are, to dust you shall return. He has no more use there so after you leave this life for that body. The mind, which is the heart, the soul, and the spirit. And many of y'all don't even comply with that to understand that is the heart, the building of how God made us, where your emotions and all of that is attached to those three things. Noah was described, what you say? No. Noah was described as perfect in his generation. Did I not read that Noah was drinking? I'm finna run down the street, y'all. So we are talking about perfect, right? Noah was described as perfect in his generation. So then, from Job to Noah to Jesus, the common denominator is obedience. Ah, mature, obeying God wholeheartedly. So in that, you say you need perfection, but progress. So in order for you to get the progress, you got to come through perfection, baby. Because in everything that is stated, the definition of that is in progress. Discipline. Oh, Jesus, help us, God, help us, God, help us, God, help us, help us, help us, help us. See, God will always show us just how puny minded. And those of you who can't understand the concept because you want to be close minded to it, it just shows God where you stand. Because last I read, he told them, "O ye of little faith, O foolish Galatians, who have bewitched you that you shall not obey the truth." Huh? He said, "You did run well. Who have hindered you? Or was it yourself?" See, you like to put it on the church. You like to put it on other people. But is it yourself? But you will take on the mindset. You could finish nursing school. You will take, if you got 6 kids, you will put your mind to it because you believe that if you set your mind to it, you can do it. It's some crazy person right now. In the past, we done seen it. They thought they could get on the building and no goddamn well they ain't had no wings. According to whatever voice. You okay, mom? Oh, okay. So if you only will go, that's why God tell us about being transformed by the renewing of our mind. Now we understand why Jesus did not take everybody in there with him when he went to heal them children. One of them was dead and one of them was sick. He only let those who had the same faith when he did certain miracles. He did not do in front of crowds, and he did not do in front of some of the disciples. He chose. Rebe sanarabahushana. And that's why he extract and distract some things and some people and places from our lives because he knows they are enablers. What I call enabler preachers, enabler believers, these people that y'all be listening to preaching stuff and teaching y'all stuff like this, those are the same people that you could find yourself compatible with them because you're not with it because God stretches us. That's what faith is, baby. He said we go from glory to glory, faith to faith. Oh, yeah, you're going to stretch. That means you're going to have trials, error, problems, and all that kind of stuff. But God taught me that some of the things that your parents and all of them taught you, and they made you believe that this was imperfect about you, that ain't what God did, and that ain't what He seen. Because for Him to call Noah, which was a drunk, and although Job didn't curse God, and he maintained stability of his faith in God, he still had some words to say. Now, in looking at my little puny mind as to reading Job's story and reading Joseph's story, I would have attached perfect to Joseph instead of Job. You see? Because, for one, Joseph didn't complain. All Joseph went through, but on the same level. Same thing with Jesus. He didn't complain. All this stuff y'all go out here, y'all even pay people to tell y'all stupid stuff. Like somebody talking about you. Well, if you don't know that already, you need a certified government check that say you crazy. Oh, because if you've been here more than the teenage, okay, and the Bible even tell you, beware when all men speak well of you. Beware when all men, people, speak well of you. Everybody like you. No, nobody can stand up to you. Nobody will say if you whatever, whatever, whatever. I don't even be around people, and I find people don't like me, and I don't even be in their sight. They just find a reason not to like me. Some of y'all come here and don't like me. You don't know me. That's what I'm saying. You have people at your job. You have people in your family. You have friends, possibly even a child or two. They probably don't like you either. Heck, some of y'all might not even like yourself. Just be real. And that's what it's all about, people. It ain't that hard. And God looking for you to grab hold to the word of faith. That's why he said, and the word of faith being preached shall do what? Heal the sick. So faith come by what? Hearing. Hearing what? The word of God being preached, taught, that you believe on God's word, his truth, his promises, which he said are sure. It's just that simple. Ooh, confirmation. So when you understand what God said, Christ has set you free, and you walk in the perfect law of liberty. First of all, I ain't so dumb to understand when somebody trying to trick me because I look like a big goofball to them. And they put me to the test to see am I going because people do things and then sometimes when we was kids we did things. I used to set traps for people all the time, y'all. well, basically my brother used to get on my nerves. He used to do stuff to me and he'll run. So I've developed real quick. He like to take off a run. He started hollering, "Mama, if Mama come, then I was gonna get in trouble." She done missed what he did to me, but she always let him get away with what he did. So my mind always worked that way. And I get you when you ain't nowhere thinking, I'm finna move. And when he take off and get to running, he's so he's so he was so predictable. So I had booby traps because I knew what his move was gonna be. So instead of me getting risking getting a whooping by my mom, I put something right in there. When he hit that corner, he go bloop bloop. So mama can't get mad at me. She ain't see me do it. And then I wait till she leave. Let her walk out there. Let her walk out there and get to hanging them clothes or something like that on the clothesline when we was in the country. He'll come through the house and and tag me like a football player right in my stomach. Boom. And then when I get in, she'll be standing over there talking about, "You better not hit him. Don't you hit my baby." I said, "I got something for you. I'm gonna wait good." So she said, "We going to the store or something," and she coming back. Baby, when mama hit that door, I tore my brother in pieces. I tore his behind up. But he was always he want to be starting something. He got to be starting something. He was always starting something with me. But he was quick to run at my mama. She used to make us sit up there and eat stuff. She know I hated vegetables, green beans and stuff like that. And he'll see his old raggedy tail over there and talk about he'll sit over there and talk about, "Sis, pass me your chicken. Sis, pass me, I eat it." And then as soon as my mama come in there to get on me, he'll go back and tell my mama, "She gave it to me and I ate it." So I'm in trouble again. So I got to the point, even if his behind was hungry, I wouldn't give him that because he was always going trying to keep me in trouble. You see what I mean? So that's the thing about having siblings, y'all. You don't train them for the world. They get on your nerve while y'all growing up and stuff. But when y'all look back over this stuff, y'all just like, man, we was terrible. Boy, we was something else. You know what I mean? My baby girl used to come flying through the house just like him. And the other girls would be in there somewhere. And the second oldest, she would always be somewhere by her. She would always, I was like her when I was pregnant with her. Quiet, just watch everything or whatever. She'll come every now and then. She'll come out and she'll fellowship with them. She'll play with them or whatever. But most time when they get in trouble, she don't be nowhere to be found. You know, she had this blanket. She used to suck her fingers. She had this blanket. Whenever you want to find her, just listen for her fingers. You'll hear somewhere where she was. Usually that she had that blanket to her lip like Charlie Brown or Snoopy, whatever it is. And she be somewhere going to sleep at that time. Okay? Them other childrens. Them other childrens. Them other kids, they was something else. So I walked in the house. I came home from work, baby girl, and it was my best friend. My best friend called me to wake me up. She said, Natalie, girl, you better go in there. Your baby in there on the I could see through your living room one day. She said, Miracle up there on the counter. She done put a fork and something in your microwave. You better get y'all. I ran in there. Baby girl done hit the start button and thing just going shit. I called her dad. I was like, you better come get this girl. This guy trying to set us all on fire. Boy, let me tell you. Then she come and you would never think it to be her that was running around doing that. I just call her a little terrorized because she started acting like her daddy. Because he used to come in and terrorize their cat. We had a we had a cat, and I don't know why her daddy thought that it was funny to clamp the clothespin on that cat's ears. And he used to get on my nerves so bad. And baby girl, and she over here, that must be her laughing. And baby girl, she picked up those things from her daddy when I was in the hospital having her. He gets off. He was in the military. He gets off work. This what was funny. We was real young, see, and I look at him while they done put the monitor and stuff, the heart, the whatever, and he come in. So I was looking at him to gauge, whether he was gonna be nervous or whatever the case may be. So the first thing he did when he hit the door, this been since day one. I tell you, the only person in the world can get on my nerves like this. He grabs the remote on the TV. We waiting on baby girl to come. He's sitting over there. Everybody just thought, oh my goodness, he's a what you call it, the military and all that. At that point, I was like, mm-mm. I was like, mm-mm. Because he is all on my nerves at this point. He is all at my nerves. Y'all know when he turned that TV on? He turned the TV off, but the people had me trying to keep me soothed for as the labor pays and all that stuff was going. He put it on arachnophobia, y'all. Had me looking at goddamn spiders and snakes shedding skins and all that. I'm sitting over here about to push a baby out. So I'm sitting up here. I'm sitting up here and I'm like, ooh, yo, 4 out of 7 ought to knock them glasses off you because the pain started hitting me. And he over there, he had this old sideways grin like the Grinch or whatever. He's sitting over there like, what that thing was on the expect to get it. Expect to get it. Gadget. At the end of the thing, he was like, he used to do that. That's all the time, y'all. And I used to be like, ooh, ooh, ooh. And when I got my first sonogram, he came. They let him come from from work off base, so he could be there with me for the for the sonogram. And the lady said, "Well, I can tell you what, whoever this baby's gonna look like or have features like, they have webbed feet, like straight across toes." And I literally started crying, y'all, because it's true. What it is. Because his toes, to me, when he would take off the military boots and stuff to me, because he had these spray stuff that used to be and he did. He was like, and then when we found out she was a girl, I just started crying for my baby because I was like, oh my God, my baby. You scoring my baby with your feet. So I just knew I was so upset, y'all, when they told me that my baby had them do what you gonna have like the way, because his toes is like straight across, right? And I used to hate it. He used to do it on purpose while I was pregnant. He would just, he would just take him and wipe his feet like put his feet like cross my leg or whatever, and I'd be like, "Ew, get him off, get him off, get him off." And he baby, with his feet. So we in there, and the thing was whatever. Why the whole thing was or whatever. And they was like, "Okay, they come in, you get ready to push." And I was like, "Make him turn that off." And he was sitting over there. And this is the most calming thing that I ever seen him do and say to me. But he just had to get on my nerve before beforehand. So I was pushing. It was like, she's right there. It's not Natalie. All you have to do, just one push. She's right there. So he finally took took my hand and whispered in my ear. He said, "Push. We gonna have that baby boy that we wanted." She came out being a girl, or whatever. And I stopped the yelling and I let out that push, and that baby came out, or whatever. But you experience so much as going through those stages. The whole thing of faith is you're gonna be proposition. You're gonna be faced with opposition, things that make it seem like it's impossible. What either way, I was gonna have that baby. And either it was him whispering in my ear and it gave me the strength to go ahead and just go on and get it over with, or they would have eventually said, "Well, we're gonna have to get you a C-section." And I know for darn well I ain't want that. You know what I mean? So there go that train. So it's all about just choices and decisions. Who's laughing? It's all about choices and decisions. Amen. So you just have somebody like him that's gonna come your way and know how to puncture your nerves. So you're gonna have to discipline yourself. So once he got to the point where he understood, I had to know that he doing this stuff on purpose. He just want to see. But one day I showed him I didn't care how he tried, he could not get on my nerves anymore. He was the only man that was able to do so. It was something about him. And out of all that love we had for one another, but it was something about him that it was just, he just knew that right pressure point or something just made me just tick or whatever. He'll sit back and that Grinch laugh when he, ooh. But anyways, okay. So you have to make a sound decision. So it would be to understand what our love language was, or we was gonna be going at it for some time. Cause even I don't even know whatever, cause I ain't seen him in years. But from the last time I knew anything at 40, he still hadn't grown up. He still got the immature way about him. Nevertheless, some of us be trying to change people. I told y'all this before, and I'm not talking about him, but those are the things that challenge us and that we fall in love with people and their quirkiness, the things that make them unique. You see what I mean? And it seemed like we're mismatched or it's just, or whatever the case may be. But in all essence, it's all working together. Why? For the good. You know? So it's based off your perspective and you understanding by way of God's perspective of how you walking it out, how what it is or whatever. But anyway, the person was talking about they had oh, um that you understand that we're complete in him, we're whole in him. And being spiritually undivided, we have the integrity and possessing a whole heart towards God. Noah was described as perfect in his generation, mature and growth, reaching full adulthood. See, or spiritual development. Some of y'all still wide y'all brain to think you got to be almost dead before you get there. So it's not my fault. You need to change your stinking thinking. And that's what they used to tell us, thinking, thinking. It gets us nowhere. So unless you want to put in the work and put in the effort, because in school we had to take tests. In school, what we had to learn how to do the math, did we not? We had to learn the curriculums before we test out of school, right? Oh, they talk to each other. I'm like, what? So in God's language, it's a continuous invitation to grow in love and Christ likeness, not a demand for instant error free performance. It's not looking for performance. He's looking for your spiritual growth. And when you change your mindset, you can better see and be able to reach that mentality God is trying to get you to. A lot of us think that by is sin and whatever, it be that stubborn spirit right there that keep us going through certain things. And a lot of stuff, just like he said, his grace is sufficient for us. He know that mistakes can be made in the human nature, in the human body. That's why he say in him he makes you. And through that, when you repent, what he said, he give you a clean state. So you still looking at imperfection in the situation of as you walking in the flesh instead of you walking in the spirit. Anyway, now I don't forget what the rest of what the man was saying or whatever. But anyway, to share the whole thing of he was set up to be embarrassed. You was embarrassed because God wanted to teach you something by um developing resistance to what prove something to other people. That is where a lot of people, whether faith or not, this is where a lot of people have hiccups at. You be study trying to prove things to other people. You be study trying to insert yourself somewhere that you don't belong, trying to fit in. So when God taught you, it wasn't even about your strength at that time. It was about your wisdom in the thing. And maybe it was somewhere in there he wanted to teach you, well, instead of you trying to do it, because people looking at you and they was waiting on you, they set you up for failure. But had you asked for help to move it or tested to see if you could move it beforehand. So in life, all these things thrown our way to help us do what? Develop discipline, integrity, muscles, spiritual muscles. So if you in fitness and you work out and all that, you know that it takes dedication. It takes you to be able to envision, to see yourself hit that six pack. Because if you had a big old beer belly looking like you about 5 months pregnant, okay, that ain't going nowhere overnight. And if you sitting up there like Homer, eating a bunch of Twix and pizzas like Bill Cosby, in the middle of the night, you can work out to 10 buck too. And it's going to show as if all the work you putting in is little effort because why? You don't have a balance to discipline yourself and understand everything in what. So that's why God say he does not like, Proverbs declares he does not like imbalance. So I just want to show you of just how you can be underdeveloped, and you see that in the worst way instead of seeing that as God having an opportunity to produce through the process of you growing spiritually and naturally a greater purpose, work, a greater purposeful you confirmation. Amen. I think it's TikTok. There's a video where these people recorded this man. He said he had been doing that. I forgot how long he said he had been doing it, but they were so intrigued by what this man did. He came out the store with a buggy full of groceries. Well, it said something about, he said something about he ain't have no license or something because of his child support. Hey, his baby mama put him in the pickle or something. So he said, and he was I mean, he had muscles and everything. And I was just sitting up there myself, but baby, he parked that scooter like he had them parked the BMW, a Mercedes, a Escalade, or something, Land Rover, something in the parking lot, Chad. So he goes up there and he took all the stuff out of the cart, placed the cart back in the cart thing, and he commenced to what we did not see is he had a man-made belt where he had hooks. Get out! He had hooks, y'all. I don't know. You seen that, Mom? I don't know. If I wish I could show y'all. I don't know. Maybe y'all seen it too. I don't know. But that couple had a field day because it was on YouTube too. I watched that thing because I was very intrigued. But I know men, they cry about a lot of things. But if you ever watch a man, if he get desperate enough, and that's one thing about us being humans, and that just show you how we are about ourselves, that we can make things happen when we want to. That man skillfully sat there. Yes, he did. And that scooter, y'all know them scooters y'all be paying to be riding. Them scooter thingies. What is called the motor scooter thingy that y'all be written to go the river walks and all that kind of stuff. That's what he was on. He put that whole basket of groceries from that belt he had tied around his waist with them hooks on the handlebars. He placed the milk and all that. It was stuff that he went to go get for his child. And stuff. He had a watermelon. Y'all, that was the thing. That was the kicker. Yeah, that was the kicker. He had a watermelon, and that's what kept everybody interested. Where is he going to put this watermelon that it don't fall, it don't drop? Do you know? Wait. He took the watermelon, y'all. This is the big watermelon, not no little old dang old mini watermelon. He had a big watermelon, like they was finna have a cookout. He had that watermelon put in a bag. Okay? He doubled them back and pulled on the handle a little bit. He put his arms. He put his arms in that bag and stuffed that watermelon to him. And he took off on the scooter, y'all. That couple just went to falling out. They was like, I would never had a million years been able to think that he was going to accomplish what he set out to do. And he turned out, you know, how the thing got the little beep beep thing. He said beep beep, and he was just gone. He just took out. But that was just, I mean, they had me. I mean, they caught my attention with that thing because that's the first thing I seen. I said, he got all of what? I thought he was going to a car. He went to a scooter, like a kiddie scooter. But he made it work. And that's just how life is. You can sit up and cry about it. You can wait on Uber. You can whatever. But my most embarrassing moment was y'all never understand. Y'all never understand. And to this day. And you know what? Even with my children's fathers being in the military, that was one thing I was always praying. Lord, don't let them take me nowhere. We got to stand in line to get something to eat. Y'all, it's terrible. My grandma, she traumatized me because she didn't want me to come up like I was so privileged. There would be times, and my grandma was good at that. She weigh out certain things with me, or whatever the case may be, and she just test me. But it was we used to go to the grocery store. This is a long time ago. And remember, I told you my mama, knowing my grandmama, drive. Um, and my grandmama bought a brand new car, had it sitting out there, and didn't drive not a lick. Um, she waited on me, and she told me, "Stop yawning. I'm finna get out here." She waited on me, and she told me that we finna go to the grocery store. And when we was going to the grocery store, and I see by my grandmama, you know those old fashioned things. You know the old fashioned um little cart thing that you pull with the two wheels on it. That's did the older people. Some of y'all probably don't even know. And you can, they can fold it up too, or whatever. So my grandma had got to the because sometimes she don't work and all that, whatever. She didn't feel like, because we had to walk from Ybor City, excuse me, through Ybor City to get home, and it was like, ooh, excuse me, somehow I don't know who it is. Go to sleep then, some miles away. So then we was coming home one day, and I said, Grandma, you think we can get the lady to take us home today? She said no. And because you asked, we gonna push this buggy right on through the hood because she knew. Because prior to that, I asked her, can we walk all the way around to take that buggy a grocery home instead of us coming through what was the hood in the back of where we lived at by the stove. That's where all the dope boys and all the people who you go to school, all the people you go to school and stuff with. And to me, everybody else go to the store driving. She make me come push the buggy through our neighborhood to our house of the grocery. So she was teaching me a lesson. But she actually really started. She did. She started me with that one, y'all. She started me with that one. I don't care. I'm tell y'all. Y'all wouldn't ever laugh. See me go in the store and see y'all like to go to Black Friday. You will never see me nowhere talking about Black Fridays and all that kind of stuff. Baby, let me tell you, I would leave the whole bucket. I get it when that's why I used to love Walmart when Walmart was open 24 hours. I know just how to go in there, babies. You hear me? Well, ain't nobody in there. But now I don't even know when's the last time I've been to Walmart. Yeah, I didn't even know that they had what that thing you have to self check out people. I think I did just ask one of them. Do they still have people that actually work in Walmart? That's just how long it's been since I've been in Walmart. Just how long. And it used to be so funny to me because even at church, if they had a cookout or something like that, I would cook and all that. But I sit up there and let everybody eat. And somebody come say, Sister Natalie, you don't want me to fix your girl, you better go eat. And you cook the other food too. You need to go eat. But honey, if I had to get I don't know, it was something that just made me feel embarrassed. And then y'all remember that government cheese line? My grandma used to make me stand in the government cheese line. And I'm telling you, I will hide behind the building. She said, "Come here, girl. You ain't come over here and say anything. And you ain't say what she did it to torment me, y'all, because she know." And I was like, "That's so embarrassing." And we got money. She said, "No, I got money. You ain't got no money." Yo, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. And when she used to be at work, then she had her best friend. And I was like, oh my Lord. But her best friend had mercy on me. And she was like, you just go over there and sit over there, and I'm put you over here with your coloring book or whatever. You just sit right here, make sure I'm in front of her where she can see me, but I can sit by the wall of the building while the people, the line going through it. Then when I get up there, I had to make sure that I go on with her to get stuff and come out or whatever. But my grandma, yes, honey. She was for the business, you hear me? So you gonna be embarrassed, you hear me? So I just wanted to encourage you, get rid of that mentality, kick the bucket. All I seen lit up on my TikTok, y'all, is just how either they don't want perfection, did this, that, or whatever. People tell on their own self. I don't even know them people. I don't even know them people. And that's with any other thing. If you feel like that's too much of you, you're not ready for that, or whatever, because it don't make that it's not true. And since y'all all perfected in how y'all live y'all little lives and write all these little excellent things and all of this kind of stuff to try to do all that, then you should be able to implicate something and do something a little bit better with yourself. You would think so, because most of y'all put that kind of content out there, act like y'all have all this little Mimi wisdom and all that, but behind the scenes, for real though. And don't think I'm telling a story because a lady just sat here on YouTube, and she was a church lady, and she just opened up her YouTube. I don't think I'll be able to find it on here. Let me see. Um, I don't know because I don't know if I don't think I'm following her. Don't they have a anyway? Because I don't feel like going on that. If I find it, Let me see. This say watched. Is that her? No. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not following her. So wait a minute. I might be, but I was just gonna let you see. And she was a little nervous or whatever. She don't even know what the lady page look like, right? Ooh, I'm not gonna go through all that. But anyway, she was just sharing how um even with her being in the space that she is, and I think she said I don't know if she approaching 40 or she 40 starting over, and whatever the case may be. And she was just saying how with certain things like influencers don't show, and she was sitting down having a talk with them, and she was just telling them there are certain things about herself, and even with struggling with being lazy and different parts of the house that may not be as tidy as she would like it to be, and she's building more discipline and structure for herself, and she's you know thanking the people for um encouraging her and everything, because she was really struggling. She was really starting to go through a little, and she was like, it's a lot of people that really think that being an influencer is easy. And she was just explaining that to them, that people don't understand like how much it really takes out of you. And you know just how she trying to narrow things down where she be able to handle things. Let me see. Oh, I don't know what I tapped into, but that ain't her. Well, all right, because I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go anyway. But I'll share more with y'all later. But I just wanted to say that because I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Mm-mm. This boy shifted my whole. I mean, the more, and I just gave it a chance. But the more I listened, the more it got on my nerves. And I was like, Lord, if he say one more thing that just don't make no sense. Oh, there it is. It came back. He told his people, I love you. Oh, I gotta get you for it though. But he told these people, and this is how y'all go through life, and y'all don't believe what it is that's being said. You still looking at a male person, but it's God's word. His message is reaching those that hear, including me, including us, whoever doing the message giving, conveying the message to whatever peoples. Um, the first thing y'all holler is no way we can be a perfect human because this very one scripture that has nothing to do with what y'all keep throwing it out there as. When God said we have all fallen short of the glory of God, He said in comparisons to Him, and that's how you even get to this whole point of the conversation that we even been talking about anyway when it comes to perfection. You will have to go through that same channel, you guys, that same channel with Him being that structure, being in Him for us to be able and have the ability to do so. That means God is complete. He didn't need nobody to create Him, and He was not created with flaws or any of those things. So He said He does not need a Savior. We do. Get it? That is the basis of Him saying, all have sinned. Y'all quote that and y'all say that like it's on a cheat sheet through life. That ain't gonna help you cheat your way through nothing. Don't you gonna keep having things come your way that you gonna keep bumping into, that God gonna keep allowing to do so until you decide to make up your mind to want to change. You gonna keep repeating that same test. What they call it, being a flunk, you flunk out of school or whatever the case may be. So all have sinned. Listen to what he say. All have sinned. Sinned. Past tense, not sinning. All have sinned. Past tense. Everybody have done something wrong. By way, he sets the balance and sets an understanding. Him being supreme, no lack, complete, whole, lacking nothing, perfect in all things. But us who at one point have did something, not sinning, but have done something that caused us to need a savior, which would be him. Just period. Stop just taking scriptures and throwing them out there at people. Stuff just don't make no darn sense. And that ain't have nothing with you trying to pick up a goddamn weight and not being able to lift it. You were set up, they made you look stupid, and God allowed you to because apparently you was going through life like that. No one just this and no one just that. I really don't like when people talk like that. Just because everybody you know and you always cuss. Now somebody come along and they say, well, no, I don't cuss. I don't like cussing. That's something that I don't prefer. Ah, yes, you do. Ah, you and somebody make you mad at us. That's gonna be your argument for them. To prove that they that in their area they're not perfect. But if this person started telling you, I am not a cusser, and that's something I choose not to do. But you will judge them when the first thing you holler is somebody judge you, well, you're not perfect yourself. And nobody's perfect. So you see how y'all throw that derogatorily and around and all that kind of stuff, trying to disguise and cover up wearing a mask. Well, God is pulling the mask off. And all these excuses we have, then we are left without excuse. It's time for us to come up hither to prepare for what these things is to come and not be playing these old games, trying to have a cheat sheet. Because if you cheat, there's a lot of consequences in school for doing so, wasn't it? So it's the best thing for us to do is get back to the basics. And ain't no way in all that I said to you was trying to say on any basis that you need to be um some superhuman, whatever you want to call it. but conveying to you what God said to us as being spiritual beings and understand who we are in Him. Do you understand? Now, as far as your behaviors, oh, let me, as far as your behaviors and all of that, yes, you are responsible for you, and you have a choice in a lot of things that you do. A lot of things you do is why, not because of somebody else, it's because of you. And whenever you get, this is why God allow us, even in relationships and stuff. Sometimes He allow it just till you get fed up enough to give it to Him, to let it go, to remove yourself, so you can get better. And the worst thing about a relationship like that is you spend all them years going through all that and all these traditions about staying with somebody and all this kind of stuff, and the longevity and how long it's been and all that. But when God finally tear the bottom out of it because the foundation was already built on a false structure, it's gonna come down. Period. And if you ever felt that before, that soon as you release that person and all of that baggage that's attached with that relationship with that person, you may have had some good times with that person, but it's always been something about them that kept you off kilter, off balance. And the whole time, even probably when you met him, God say, red flag. You be, woo, 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 woo. Stop sign, pop you in the face. Pow! Bang! Your ears just ringing and everything. But yet, you still wanted to test the waters. You still wanted to whatever, whatever. God said, okay, everything ain't good. Everything you think is good for you, everything you want ain't good for you. But I let you have it to show you that ain't what you need. Then you want to go hiding by with God, why you allow me to go? And I suffered this, and I had to go do that, and God said, no, you didn't have to. But because of the choice and the decision you make, and you want to keep on holding on to it when I kept telling you all the time, don't touch it. Then they try to tell you, get out of it. Don't do it. Turn around, back up, release it. Don't, but you was gun ho on doing the exact thing you was warned not to do. So you can't blame nobody but yourself. That's for all of us. We can't blame nobody, but I dated one person. I had that experience to date one person in this world that what they said, I didn't know what that was till after the fact, and I heard somebody say it. And I think I was in a doctor's office somewhere or something, taking the kids or something, and somebody had said that, and I said, "Well, I declare." I never forgot it from that day. Everybody have that one person that they date that they ask themselves, was it temporary insanity? What was I thinking? Dang this spirit. You know what I mean? And that's so real. That's so real. But from that day forward, there was a lot of things that went across my mind and let me know. And that's how I always been able to see far as myself is concerned. Even through me going through that sickness, I had to build up a mindset. I can do this. And with God, I can make it. You hear me? Because I could have just laid it down. I could have let it take me out. I could have, you have some people, what the news anchor lady or whatever, she had cancer. She beat it. I forgot what the black lady name was on the news. It's a lot of people don't. I watched my auntie go through it. She just said, I don't want no chemo. Whenever it's done, it's done. And she was ready to go home. She just accepted it and she was ready to go. She still had some time to her because she wasn't that much older than me, but that was her choice. So let's just be careful on how we encourage one another because that could be uh it can work very bad when somebody's listening to that, and all we doing is enabling and giving them a crutch that is no good for them because until they learn faith, and that's why God allowed us to go through those things. So when we talk to people, that you understand this, that's why I know as a faith preacher and stuff, I can get on here and be doing all that complaining, 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 complaining. What? What I mean? What is that gonna do for other people? So I can address it while I'm still on here. Just like I said with the young lady. Yes, you're not the I understand exactly what you're going through and all of that. Um, because a lot of people, especially it looked like it be those of us that people deem to be so much stronger than other people. And it's like they don't see when it's hard for us. Nobody checks on us. They barely check on us because they just automatically think that you okay. You know, you done got through this, you done got through that, you done did this, da 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 da. You know what I mean? And that could be the hardest thing that people do not understand, whether it's spouses, family, or whatever. Well, you think somebody is so tough that in the times where they want to break, that you neglect to be there for them or to even check on them because you think they too strong. So the young lady was saying, and that's why y'all heard me say, well, they didn't have nothing to do with me. And even when I say what I say, I be what I be saying is not against no man, nobody that will be coming in my direction. But what's in the atmosphere need to be torn down. It need to be cast out. It need to be destroyed because it's put there strategically by Satan to try to work against what God is trying to do in my life. So I'm just wise enough to understand when God tell me to shut it down when I'm ministering and stuff like that because that's what's in the atmosphere. Especially that's the whole thing. I don't like telling people that I'm celibate. I don't like telling people that I'm single because there's always some evils out there that want to try to come against that. You see what I mean? Not that you're afraid of it, but when you release certain things, it brings on another type or another level of warfare. Now you get it. So with oh okay. Oh man, I done put it on thing. Mm, well, anyway, I'll just say, young lady was having a very very bad time, confirmation, and she was feeling bad, and she just thought everybody was gonna judge her. She young, she single, and much like me, she been through a lot and everything, but you know, some men don't understand what it is, and some women because men. I was thinking about this earlier, and I said, you know what? That is so real because men do go through the same thing. Because you have to understand, with men, they have been in relationships and all that kind of stuff. But I can say when men, those structured men, those disciplined men that have that nature about themselves, that it's not as hard for them as it is for some others to keep themselves. But even like the one I was just talking about, he often shares his testimony about y'all got to get up off those videos, and do what men's do in private and all that. Being a saved man, that's pretty hard. And even when you married and you get divorced, if you saved and stuff like that, that is a hard transition. When you out there in the world and you get saved, and you now want God to do something in your life, and you make a vow to the Lord, or you promise God, or you take up that you're gonna be abstinent, that is not an easy task. If you somebody who used to having somebody laying up next to you, or Mr. and Mrs. gotta have it, or what all of that is, you know. So your mind going all the time, dun 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 dun. And God and the Lord Holy Spirit still whispering to you, don't go there. Don't you go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. And you still sitting up there, if I just touch it just this one time and ask for forgiveness, it's gonna be all right. But it takes strength and dedication, and it takes for God's strength to be there with you. That's why he said, what man can take fire in his bosom? Joseph ran out that coat. Potiphar's wife was at him. She said, come here, boy. Come here, I want you. She was trying to chop him up, but he had to make a quick decision, a sound decision. I done came through too much. I done been through CC. That's what God means. When all of the story of Joseph, what I can see, that the biggest task of his, facing Potiphar's wife, that he faced with a challenge and all he been through, been bought, been sold, and been uh, left for the you know what I mean, and unalive and all that kind of stuff. He been in prison and all that stuff. Then when he get to the place of the blessing, he go to final test and here this woman sitting up here trying to make him miss them all. So Delilah was over there stroking on Samson until she got him to forfeit his destiny, give up his secret. Well, old Joseph was smart. He said, maybe he was thinking my daddy coat done bought me a little bit too much. Problems. What you say? Oh, say go ahead, but let her have it. Cause it's not worth my soul. And that is true. It's just not worth it. Some things is just not worth it. But men do, they go through it too. But me and y'all really need to really, really, really need to take an understanding. Because y'all get cocky. Y'all get that man brain about y'all. Oh, well, she got to wait on me. Oh, what? No, she don't have to do anything. And it works both ways because you don't have to do anything either. So I don't be coming off rude. I just tell it like it is. That's what I know you're not. Because I ain't in the business of kissing nobody behind. And we ain't faking it till we make it. If you gonna come in and we gonna do the thing and we gonna help, we gonna come together and be there for one another and make it happen like it's supposed to, that's one thing. But that whole thing and playing games and all this kind of stuff, and that's the problem. Y'all done been going through life that way so much that you just feel, oh, it's got to be a game because yeah, and if she do that, you need to do this. If he do that, you need to do this, and so on and so on. Man, get that mess out my face. You either ready or you're not. If you're not, get off the pot. You boo boo or you get off the pot. Just period. Because nobody has time to waste. Time is valuable. You say time is money. So if you think that way, why don't you think that way about somebody else instead of playing games? That woman goes through different transitions and stuff like that. I had my spurt to go through as well, but it wasn't nobody's business. But not ashamed of because I understood that. That's a natural thing that takes course that you need to understand. Like I said it on here before. And it's not even about the age of whatever the husband might be or whatever. I don't care nothing about none of that. Because he can't make me happy. Only I can make me happy. Just like he need to make sure that he can make himself happy. When we come together and we come together, that right there is complementing one another in what we have built personally in our lives. That's why it's called self-esteem, not somebody else's esteem. You always talk about somebody toe down your self-esteem, your self-esteem. It's called self-esteem. esteem. Now I can't repeat it like Cat Williams, but if you go look up Cat Williams, he sure had a joke about that, and it was so ever true what he said. But he cussed so much that I couldn't even listen to everything he said. I just did get to a little bit of the portion because he was just way out there. So you don't like cussing, just you might as well not even go that way. um, but I did hear that little portion of what he said, but he was just, oh, Jesus Lord. When you are on this path, it's not easy. Everything. It's just easier for others sometimes because, just like you said, they built different. It's something about them. But I think the struggle come in where comparison plays a part. When you start comparing yourself on based off somebody else's journey, it took them 2 weeks to get married. It took them 6 months to find a spouse or to enter their life. And you've been waiting 5 years, 10 years, 20, I mine pretty much 20. Okay. Because I've been known that God was going to send another husband besides when he changed his mind about the child's father, children, whatever. Fuck that. And it was me that went to God and said, because he didn't just snatch it away from me. And it was what the girls knew, but I had made up in my mind. And I said, all these years, and I watched him, and it was the one thing that really he didn't know all them years that had me to put him in the timeout. That at that point I really was done. But just a glimmer of to see would he change. But that's where the Lord let me know. Anytime a man will take the risk of somebody else uh getting you and leave you up for grabs, he ain't the one. He's not the one. I get it. All this getting ready and gotta do this and gotta do that and whatever, whatever. Most of this stuff be the mess that this the stuff that y'all be out here with all that foolishness. That's just period. I mean feel like you want to feel about it. Nevertheless, it's a timing that's affiliated with all of it. And not just making excuses or playing games where whatever. You have to understand this is not about just the fact that you met a person that you um want to enter into their life, but when they call by God to do something, that is the hardest thing with being a believer that people don't understand. When God moves us and shifts us, and that's what happens sometimes, people will miss that person. How many of y'all ever said that? It's the one that got away. And it's really they didn't got away. You missed the mark because either you was slowful, you was too cocky, you was nonchalant, you just didn't care, and you all that excuses about you not ready, you're non-committal, and all of that will keep you, that will cause you to miss the blessing. Because God will take you out the picture and put somebody else there, male or female, whichever side of the spectrum you fit on. And that's the thing when people get the big head, especially when you have money and stuff. A lot of those people think that, well, I just move when I want to move and, whatever. And people assume things. And that's the thing. And with my part, I know that's what it is. God has me hitting, and He been had me hitting for a long time. So I understand very well when people meet me, men meet me, they don't know how to take me quite as they think they are. They see me and they already said in their mind, "Oh yeah, I got it in the bag. I know I'm good." But then they find out it ain't what nothing that you know. It ain't that easy. Any little glimmer because they've been taught that way. of somebody being nice because they date women, street women. They date women who go to church, but they still street. They still having sex. See, anywhere sex is in the equation, it's not hard to get a man. So women of God, be encouraged. It ain't you. You're not the problem. From church men to street men, that's what they out here doing, and that's what they out here looking for. Jamal and all of them, you can tell they done married some whores. I said it just like I mean it. And brought them in the pulpits in the church. Why? Because they whorish theyself. And they supposed to be men of God. Juanita Bynum did it. And he went up and embarrassed her before the whole world and told everybody. She begged him to marry her. But this is what people didn't like about church, that you push people in the corner and make them feel like just because they single, and this is one of the things that Kurt Franklin was telling the truth about, and it's not widely discussed. That when you go to church, they make you feel so much pressure because that was me in church at one point, especially with me having kids. I was accused of, oh, she think the pastor want her, she got to out here and want her and all them kids and what. Be my goddamn daddy. But you had all them in there that had them been in his ministry, running everybody else up out of there. That was a woman because they was all waiting in line, and now they all dying off. I don't think what one of them left, just one. Everybody else done died, and she's still sitting there going to the grocery store with these little dresses on down to her thing, whatever, booting over in front of them while she's shopping for them and stuff like that. A whole mess. That part. And she was the main one sitting over there with that tambourine with her nose tooted up at everybody, acting like she the best thing since the church doors ever opened in life. Can't do nothing wrong. So everybody else done died off, and she's still sitting up in the church, and he still ain't, because he already said it in the first. You when I first joined the church, he said it. He didn't want to be married to nobody. He wasn't looking for no wife. He told his testimony how women used to come and say people prophesied to them. One lady caught a darn cow from what he said, Miami. Say he was getting ready. Apostle say he was getting ready to leave the church, lock up the church after the service or whatever. The lady pulls up in the cab or whatever, saying God said that he her husband. He told her, you better turn around and hail that cab back to you, because honey, God ain't sent me here attached to no children. No woman. He said he gonna have to tell me before he tell you. And he sent her a packing, baby. What you say? And that's how I understood about that. Because all I said, now this is too, and God said that's what they doing. They use them divination people. And these people telling these people, you soulmates and you whatever. I say, I'm what? A who? And God had to show me exactly what was going on. Because all these people was coming my way. I'm they wife and all them. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. So I don't know where you got that lie from, but you need to take it back. And I don't know what God they talking to, but it can't be the one because he sure ain't told me you my husband. Goodbye. Sometimes y'all don't even feel me. I be on here and I literally be be pressing, busting through a brick wall. And y'all just be laughing with me and everything, but you don't know the pressure that I be up under. People spy on my platforms everywhere I go, follow me around town, spying on my life through tarot readers. Preachers jealous. Men Still ain't got over it. Still harboring resentment from being rejected. It ain't rejected. I just don't desire to be with you. Why can't you get that? And I'm telling you, even the last couple of weeks, even getting on here, and God just been making me come on here more and more and more and more. And I was saying to myself, I just want people, why don't these people just leave me alone? God, I just want these people to leave me alone. Please give them somebody else to be focused on. These church people, these men that these tarot readers talk about, all this stuff with the spine and the line and all that. Leave me alone. That's all I ask. Just leave me alone. I do not care. I don't care what nobody else is doing. I don't care what nobody else is thinking. I don't care what nobody else is wanting. Leave me alone. I don't bother nobody. Why is it so hard? All I'm doing is teaching. All I'm doing is teaching the truth. I got to be ostracized, persecuted, lied on, assumptions, and all this kind of stuff. If a man and this one trying to keep a man from coming, and this one did it, you ain't stopping God from doing nothing. If I put on some clothes and leave here this weekend, I bet you any amount of money. I can put it money on it, baby. I bet you I'd come back with a man if I wanted to. Just like that. I'm just not stupid. What God is in my life mean more to me than proving a point to anybody. Let him prove the point that he get the glory out of my life and out of this situation. So that's what some of y'all need to understand. But you so betrothed and betrothed because you look at these couples on social media with this half the time unattainable life that they present through social media, and all this stuff is going on in the background. I just sat here and told y'all how this lady, the house is so perfect, and oh, she this and that. She looked like a half man herself. When she panned around and she caught next to her while they was walking, her husband, and he looked at her like he wanted to slap the phone out her hand. And God said he cheating. But when I first seen her content, I didn't know who she was, and I still don't. And I think I only watched like two of her videos in probably like 15 minutes. And oh, she was like, oh, so proper. And she just went and got, you know, cosmetic surgery, God is just so good. And, and my husband and, he, whatever. And then she went to walking and mess around and paying that camera around over there. And bruh man was like, if you don't get that camera off of me, I mean, the look, oh, and she caught herself on camera. She was trying to say, I know exactly what that one is. So here it is this week. I get on my TikTok to start. The lady, remember I told you the lady told me, um, I need to start posting more content or whatever, whatever, whatever. The lady was encouraging me to flow with the TikTok a little bit more. So I did. So I was on here talking to y'all, remember, and telling y'all about. Oh no, that ain't what happened. Thank you, Holy Spirit. I haven't put it on here yet, but I posted a picture of myself on that particular TikTok page, and all of a sudden, my whole timeline flooded with women and remarks on their photos. It's not about being pretty. It's not about. I mean, so much change now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And I'm sitting over here and I'm like, huh? Because it take me to for a minute to like process it because y'all be calling me bougie and all that, and I ain't never carried myself that way or thought of myself as being bougie or any such thing. I do not care. I'm just as humble as anybody you ever want to meet. Just period. all the way around. Can I dress? Yes. Can I look nice? Yes. Can I wear makeup? Yes. Can I do my hair? Yes. Can I get my nails on? Yes. Can I talk proper? Yes. Okay. Am I educated? Yes. But that is the thing that y'all don't see. Even with my children's dad, they go and, oh my God. And I remember one of my children, I almost smacked her down, but I seen it. And the girl that he introduced, because my daughter was going to have, she was going to have a baby. And he had came up with this whoever he was seeing or whatever. We was good. We was good. We was good. But I noticed that after she met me, and what the first thing she said, I heard a lot about you. And I was like, what? And I was like, you know how long that's been? That's been a long, oh my God. And I was like, she said he speaks very highly of you. And that's the one, he was the terrible. And I was like, what? And for some reason, she felt like she need to brush it up like baby mama, I guess. I but I saw it till she started when I post pictures, she go both she did it too. And when we went to go see my daughter have her baby, all us was in there and everything. Um, because instead of him being there, I think he had to work or something. So she was there with me and we was waiting on my baby to have the baby. And next thing I know, her father passed away or whatever. She came to some money. So her body shape is different than my body shape. And when I saw it, it threw me back. And I said, no, that just can't be. So you can see when somebody try to take on your. So when I saw when my daughter came in there and she showed me the picture, she said, look, she just got the surgery, whatever. And I saw, did she go get for her shape to be that? And I was like, oh my God. You have got to be kidding me. I was just like, okay. Mm-mm. So when my daughter finally messed around, it was something that happened and it slipped out her mouth. I said, mm-hmm. You tried to act like I was crazy, like I didn't see what I was see. I didn't know what I was know. God told me her mannerisms and everything. She was trying to, and I was like, oh no, ma'am. Okay. So I just went on my little proper way. So here it is on TikTok. The girl, and she was like, throwing, I mean, I posted this one photo, y'all, and it was nothing. It was a prayer, actually, because I was not doing anything and I was in here, and it was something started going across my mind. So I posted it, confirmation, and posted it on TikTok. And what I seen is I said, I'm gonna push this little thing right here and see if I can do this thing to make the picture move. I can show you both the thing I posted and the picture that's in my phone. It looks the same. Ain't no critiquing it, no none of that. I just made the picture move. You know how to think. So you know how TikTok got all those things and they do all this stuff and stuff. So I went to pushing the things just to see. So I pushed one of them and I was like, oh my goodness, that is so, oh my God, it is so and that's the one I posted. And then all of a sudden, she just came out of no. I hadn't even been seeing her content. And she said, "Yeah, beautiful, What she said? A pretty face, a get a man, but a godly woman is what keeps him." And I sure did. I went petty Christian at the moment to let her know, boo, because ain't no man is kept by none other but himself wanting to be kept. So you can be a Christian, a godly woman, a HOE, and whatever else you want to be. But if that joker want to be kept, then that's what he gonna be. If he don't want to be kept, then he gonna be for the streets. And that's just period. You can wear designer, you can be small, you can be big, you can be skinny, you can be bald head, you can wear lashes, you can wear lipstick, you can wear whatever. You can get puffed up lips like T.I. White. If he ain't satisfied, if that ain't what he want, and he ain't whatever settled in himself, he gonna keep on being out there running them streets doing what he doing. And you could be home playing this wife, giving him all the sex he want and everything else. Does none of that keeps a man, not even babies. And the sad thing is, it takes women to face all of that in hardship to see that that is true about a man. Instead of you throwing yourself out there, bring kids that y'all don't want into the world and all that, for you not to learn the lesson. A baby ain't gonna keep no man. And the majority of these rascals will run. That's why you have baby mamas and not wives. But that's the part you miss. So be grateful when God have you in your waiting season. And I don't even call it waiting. I call it preparing because we already prepared for the things that God, He's preparing us for those things that we're coming in alignment with, that He's already placed and spoken that have for our life. It's all about perspective and the way we look at it. But our flesh, it gets weary, and it does. And when you're young and you're 20 something and you're 30 something, and when you get 40, and really 40 is okay. You don't really see, well, every woman's body and stuff is different. Because my body ain't really started. And the reason I think mine is because the last baby that I had, and that was like, so I seen something slightly different. And then even like now, like, well, y'all talk about the hand creams and all that kind of stuff. Well, I really don't, you know what I mean? I don't, a lot of the stuff that the other women doing and talk about menopause and all that, I'm not in their stages. So all I can do is glean from them because I haven't experienced that yet. They're there. You know what I mean? So that's the good thing about us as women and us having um relatable situations that we can what? Be that helper to the other person to encourage the other ones to grow. So, like the young lady was feeling, like she was saying, and it took for her grandmother to speak into, she said something to her. She said, you don't sound like you believe in God. Do you believe in God? And her grandmother shifted her spirit and the way she was looking at things because she started talking about it. And this girl here, I don't think I did she just turn 30? If she 30. And she was just saying she was looking at herself. She beautiful. And y'all probably know who I'm talking about because she's a huge influencer. And she doing the darn thing. She worked, she got her own, she had money. I mean, she no children, no none of that. She's a woman of God, all that. But I feel her to the core. And men always talking about, oh, I want this type of woman, and did. But soon as you say you believe in God, oh honey. But if you believe in God and you still on for the sex, they in for it. But when they get mad at you, they'll talk to you like a dog and they'll treat you like a dog. You know why? Because you said that you was a woman of God. You said you believe in God. And when you gave it up, that's what God taught me about those the dating sites, them people that was online and stuff like that. And all of those spaces, those was things that God was teaching me during those times and how to see people for who they really are. When they show you who they really are, don't be trying to talk about you ain't see that red flag. You better take the love that God tried to give you and you better run for it. Because you don't know what else is hiding behind that little tricky mask that they be wearing. But it's never that easy. And you be hearing me say, well, that's why I know I be having to watch it. Because a lot of times I be playing, but sometimes I say myself, I tell y'all that all the time, instead of me calling out their names and stuff like that, but by way of if they come across the message or we following each other or whatever the case may be, and they led back to that message, this is why God puts it out there in some cases so that they are encouraged and they understand. And not only that, I'm probably a little bit older than they are. So then it encourages them to see how did she get through this? How did she come through those things? I've never been one of those persons who claim loneliness because I've always been taught to learn and to know how to be to myself, not by myself, but to myself. But I've always had family members and all that kind of stuff around me. But even in the midst of all of that, I still be choosing to be in the company of myself. You see? So it's just all about the way you look at it and the way you interpret what is going on. Because when you talk to your peers and stuff, and especially when they married and you're not married, and then the whole settling for a boyfriend, and that's what Satan likes to do. When we sell out for God and we trying to do it the correct way. And I really did talk to God about that too myself. I say, God, what is it? Because it's women that's been out here on stripper poles. It's not that it's nothing against that, but I'm just saying you require us to live this life and walk this accordingly. And these sinners think they got it made over us. And yet we have to walk it out so strategically and it looked like you just take years. Because I'm going to be honest, I was like, okay, Lord, now I done been abstinent, celibate, whatever you want to call it, for a long time. At least I want to be able to enjoy my sex life at some point. So, like, really? You want me to be 50 to get married? So you could think, you don't hurry love, you don't try to rush love, rush the person or rush God or whatever. But that's not to say that those feelings don't come. It ain't like these men ain't sitting over there too like, oh man, Lord Jesus. Ooh. And then you talk about she'll say woman, oh, I wonder how long she gonna make me wait. Or whatever case may be. He been stroking the choke and some man trying to tell him that same as well. Man, you gotta you like the boy said, you gotta pull back on the videos. You can't be doing that, man. We gonna have faith in thinking that, but you sitting up there, and that man that went from having 5 women and 3 women and in rotation and all that kind of stuff. Because I did, I watched the dude. Before we go, we have the military people. See. But baby, then I was out there when I got to Texas. I was out there on the porch. He had D nerves. He didn't know her. I was peeking out that window like one of them old people. You wait. But I mean, he had a nice house and a nice car, but he was not nice looking. He was not nice looking. And when I tell you he had women in rotation, yes, he did. And baby, when I was talking to my mom that day, he looked over. I said, "Mm-mm." I let him know, baby, with the quickness. I said, "Mm-mm." He had to turn around and look. Now, did she just say? Yes, she did. Mm-mm. No, sir. No, that lane in rotation. So you don't want nothing, then you ain't about to stay over there. I ain't care nothing about no uniform. And what make it so bad? Because I done been with them before. Y'all think just because they wearing a uniform that somehow know they still men. And more than likely, what I see with military men, oh baby, unless he is one that really care about himself and not caught up in that. Because I had the opportunity to sit around even with my child's father and those that was around him. And he had those that was married, and they were still encouraging him because some of them was like, don't lock her down, and all that there, whatever, shut your raw hopes, and all this and that, or whatever, and this and that. Then he had his mama, she was over there, whatever, his cousin. As soon as we met each other, the cousin, not the cousin that introduced us to one another, but the other cousin, she old. Nah. I want to introduce you to somebody. Look, come over here to this party and this and that. He gonna sit up there and think he should not. He's slick, and I end up what I did. I called him. They was drinking, and I think they was. I called him on his phone. And when I called him, because it was the Lord, he said you call him, and he said, and I heard the girl in the, and I said, I tell you what. And he's all, I'm on my way now. Cause he know I was not playing. You hear me? But that same cousin for years, she did the same thing. And every time she had the opportunity to get in the company of him. So what make it so bad? The girl didn't get to him that night. So me and him on the base. I'm in his his dorm. And he had to go out for PT because he was in regulation. He had to he had to got in trouble. Um, but he goes out for PT. He had got a phone call and they had told him he had to go out for PT because he had to lose that stomach he had on. I'm in the room waiting on him to come back. Phone rings. Some said answer the phone. So I didn't know if it was him calling me and saying, or if they had something else for him to do or whatever. So I answered the phone. And here this thing over here asking for Mr. New York. And I'm like, excuse me? So she was like, did you get the right? I said, oh, yeah, you got the right number. And you got the right one, too. So this going to work one or two ways, especially with me being here pregnant with his child. Oh, this ain't finna be pretty. Baby, when Brother Man hit that door, it was on and popping. And I was like, now call her back right now. Either this end tonight or this is OVER. Oh, I didn't even know. My cousin probably gave her. Oh, you should have heard the chat. I said, it don't work with me. That's when he went to going for the promise ring. The promise ring and everything. He went, I could turn for him, even when I was at work. He got out that work and he was right there. Shoo! Everybody at my job knew who he was. They go soldier. And I was like, So don't think, because he was real slow, but in his mind, being Mr. New York, he thought he had it like that. He thought by his little boys and all that stuff. But I was quick. I was too quick for that. Because, see, he was book smart. I was street smart. You see? But then I was carrying his only child as well. So he had a whole lot that to factor in the situation. Because he was told from the very beginning, when I said OVER, it's OVER. And I ain't coming back. You can be in your child life, but I ain't coming back. So it's It's a sticky, it's a sticky situation at times. But you have to have faith in God and have faith in yourself. Be patient with yourself and understand. That's why you be hearing me say what I say. Learn how to speak life into yourself and look in the mirror and declare, because that's the enemy always trying to make you think that, well, if you get older, you're not gonna be good enough. Nobody's gonna be wanting you. I just seen 80-some-year-old, a 90-some-year-old. Y'all see that lady on TikTok? There's eight, was she 70 something, or 80-some-year old? She is weightlifting, a fitness trainer or whatever. Lord, the lady body better than mom's. And today she was bending over and dropping it down. She had on heels in the gym. What you say? I had to forward it to my daughter. I said, Lord Jesus. And most of these people walk around here like they can barely put one foot before the other. And that's what God means. It's the possibility is there. It's how you respond. So I just be breaking it down and let it know, because what you don't know, I've always, even it don't matter. Seems like those type of men, they try me like that. Oh, I'ma see how long she gonna wait. I'm test her. I'm a this and I'm a that, and they don't realize you got the wrong one. And you better thank God I'm saved. And that's the thing. They put the fact that they know I love God and I'm saved. Oh, she ain't going nowhere. Oh, she'll be there when I get there. Oh, she there. Uh-huh. But eventually, what I told baby daddy a long time ago became reality. And no, she's not there anymore. And she's never coming back. The Lord's will. That is OVER. So in your journey, because the Bible does state that a woman place is to take care of, to mind the things of God and being at the altar of God. So whether that your altar being your lifestyle, the structure that you have, just like I live my life, not that I go to church every day. Ooh, confirmation. But that my life is honorable before God. Because it's not about a man. That's what I be saying. It has nothing to strip away from the man that he's sending towards me. But it's establishing that boundaries to let them know, oh no, you're not just gonna rush into anything with me. You best to know I mean what I say. No, this ain't Beyonce, this ain't church girl. This is woman of God. She is a whole nother breed, baby. So no, you ain't flashing me no money for me to count my legs open. And far as when I was in the streets, that didn't happen either. So ain't no way I'm gonna be over here with God and be, and I'm done with that. I had my time to experience life out there. And really, even though I was compatible with certain people, it just never, for me, I would never say it to them and tear down their manhood. But the reason why, in a lot of those cases, not a lot of those cases, but in those cases, when it comes to them, there's this one thing that I ask God, and none of them possess that. And I want to be free to be able to enjoy that part of me that I have kept for so long with my husband. And I don't want 3 minutes. So let that go ahead. Okay? So I desire to wait on what God is going to send me and know that He's going to deliver on that. So the whole thing of, oh, he must have, she stuck on, no, she ain't that. No, it sure was not. I did what I had to do to raise my children for them, their daddies to be in their life or whatever the case may be. But definitely, none of them did anything to make me stuck on them, especially not when it came to that three-letter word. Not at all. I was most experienced. Look at the rain. Stop pouring when it came to the bedroom and stuff. And that's the God honest truth. You have to understand that we were really, really young, like 18, 19, like, yeah, 19. You see what I mean? And for us to be on and off for 20 years, that that's a lot. Um, but the thing about me, I knew how to detach before I even left the relationship. So in a lot of ways, my situation is different than other people. So yeah, I don't have that fleshly problem. That don't mean I have a low sex drive or anything like that. That just means that I am disciplined and where I am because I've never been driven by sex or money or men. You see what I mean? So whereas somebody who was out there in that life with all those things and stuff, that may a little bit more be a little bit more heavier for you. You know what I mean? Because you're gonna always that gonna be crossing your mind and all that stuff. And the more you stand in church and stuff, but then you see couples and stuff, that's when the devil gonna start putting that across your mind because it's gonna start making you think that, well, I everybody else is doing it. You know what I mean? So you really have to have a made up mind. If you're gonna sell out for God, you're gonna do what it is that God put you in position to do. And I think of it as a way for me to stay in a way like I make little funny jokes and stuff like that about a husband and stuff like that sometimes. I know that I'm encouraging other people. You see what I mean? And to just put it out there to know that you know that he gets to see a side. But for me, being in my position, and I'm sure she's feeling the same way, it's unfair that we're public figures, we're influencers and things like that. Well, I don't like to say that about myself for the public thing or the influence or whatever, but this is how y'all gonna be able to understand what I'm saying. I don't care how public or famous or whatever I get, I'm gonna always have that reserve and that way, that mannerism about me. I don't think it's ever going anywhere. So it's not about me not knowing how to enjoy life, but I know how to enjoy myself. I know how to be myself. So I'm not hot and bothered where I got to do things that I know God don't want me to do. You see what I mean? And I'm okay with that. And the way I look at it, that he should be very honored and he should be very proud. When you meet men, that he find that that's such a turnoff or whatever because you ain't giving it up right then and you done been abstinent or celibate for so long that well, you might as well just stay up. Just like you're a virgin. Somebody did tell me that on the internet when I was on the dating site. I just wanted to see what you gonna say. That got us behind up out of there real fast. So the celebrity, and I have to say I just have to call him celebrity. I can't call his name because he very much is a celebrity. Um, he actually makes music, and I was just asking him as a man because he had asked me to do a broadcast with him, and we was like we have to look out for one another. I didn't see him like no boyfriend thing or whatever. He was younger than me too. He was like, um, I don't know. He never told me his age, but I could tell he was like, and he had women falling all over him. And I was like, oh, ooh. But he was handsome. He was just not that I was looking at him that way. Um, but I asked him a question because it was somebody else that I had a conversation with, and I ran across him as a man. And I asked him, I said, why is it that a man is hesitant to date a woman that's not sexually active as opposed to dating women, especially when they say that they don't want a promiscuous woman? But yet, that is what they end up going out there attracting or going out there and picking up somebody that moves fast. You see what I mean? So, ha, I think, first of all, me being a woman of God, it kind of threw him in a. He was scared. He was scared that he was scared to answer me. So he waited. You can see when he opened that text and whatever, y'all. He, I think I put him on pins and needles, but I said I waited to see was he gonna be honest because know then was he really a friend or whatever. If he was a friend guy, then he could open up and he could tell me the truth. So he waited, I think, y'all, like a week and a half. I think like a week and a half. And he eased right on back. And I said, you didn't answer my question. He was trying to avoid it, y'all. So he just said, because it depends on the type of man he is. And if those are the type of men that you are meeting, that means that that's what he wants. And if he wants sex, of course, he's not going to mess with a woman who's not sexually active. So I know what was up, but I just wanted to hear from a man's perspective. So I talked to a couple of wealthy men and not in person. They just talked to me when I was on Instagram. Um, and I had a business page on there. I I did not foresee that coming. And I mean, he would. Mm, yeah. Mm-mm. He was just good. He was just a nice person to talk to. He had bald head. And at this point in my life, I thank the Lord because even the older men, at least God introduced me with some mans with some hair on their head. Because I got this bald head stuff. But anyway, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But oh no, I'm for real about the hair thing though. Just be nice for once. Okay? No receiving hairline. But anyways, um when I was listening to him and I was talking to him, I think the reason how we sparked up the conversation, it was something that I had posted. And you know how on Instagram they don't want everybody, so they'll post. I mean, they'll inbox you your post or whatever, and that's how the conversation had started. And it was really deep. Um, and I was shocked because he opened up to me in a way that I did not foresee coming. He was, and I think I had the conversation had went on a little bit longer because he was a veteran, and I it was something with my daughter. I think she had just went in or something like that or whatever. She been she had been in there for a long time. So he sent me the information that I had asked concerning her and how to spot fake scammers and stuff like that on social media and stuff that we was talking about. And I don't know if it was around Valentine's Day or something, like it was something that I posted, and it hit to him to the core, and he sent it to me with the expression of what he had to say about it. Oh yeah, that's what he said. He said he always been the giver, even on his birthdays and all of that. He always met women and dated women. And his children's mother, I think he had twins, and they were grown at that point. And he had a nice life, honey, many cars and everything. The fella was he was on and popping, but he like he like manicures and pedicures and all that. And he smelled fabulous. Expensive cologne, what you say? But I was thrown back that he told me he had never had a woman to do what he heard me say a woman should do for a man when I made that post. And he was like, I just had to say something. He said, because I've always, he said, even they spent my money for my birthday. A woman has never went in her pocket and bought anything for me. I always the one pay the bills. He was always the one buying their cars, paying for this and paying for that, and giving them the life of luxury. And I was like, whoa, are you kidding me? Nobody never? He said, no. And I was like, wow. So it was a couple of people that I met on with him and the guys on the dating site who really did open up and tell me, you know, they on the dating site, but they was some of them was saying that they had been married before, and they was just saying how a lot of women don't understand or know this about them when it comes to financially being responsible for everybody. And some of them was just looking for an exit plan, honey. They was they was not with it, you hear me? But it really did touch me because a couple of them came to tears, and all I did was listen to them and pray for them that God will send them somebody that would care just as much as they care about them. And it really touched those men because I can't date everybody and I ain't everybody, you know. So, I prayed with them and I heard them out. And they all said the same thing. I just appreciate you for hearing my heart. You ain't show me no judgment. You ain't laugh. You ain't, you know what I mean? Even if it was a second conversation, I never brought it back up. And when they noticed that, they all said that thank you. And from the wisdom that I shared with them from a woman's perspective, it helped them as men to overcome what they had been scarred for, some of them for a long time, you guys. Eh, I'm gonna make y'all laugh to the point that the one dude, y'all be thinking all this stuff gonna keep a man. Wait a minute. He, I mean, his whole bio was funny. I had to reach out to him and send him a message. I ain't never did respond to the man or nothing like that, but I had to send him a message. That man bio said, if you were wigs, wait. He said if you he was so you could feel it through his whole profile. He said if you were wigs, if you were anything fake that's concerning hair, lashes, or anything, he say swipe left. Oh my God. Y'all, I was done. I was done. I was like, no. Oh, you can think he must have had a bad experience. You hear me? But that man was like, So when I didn't respond back to him, but after some time he did, because my profile I didn't have no, I had took my pictures down. So by the time he responded or whatever, and he was like, he was like, man, I don't know how this experience being for you. He said, but man, And he said, and most of the men, or most of the people that you think you're talking to, that's women, is men. Boy, that boy, when I seen that text, y'all, I was rolling. But when I tell you he was too serious, I mean, whoever was with him with wigs or whatever she made, oh my God, he was so serious, y'all. And if y'all could only feel what I felt, everybody that came across his profile could feel it. But he was so serious. He was like, he didn't want to date no woman. He said, you need some help on your own. He said, if you wear wigs or whatever. And I think what it was that I think that somebody must have propositioned him for a date. And when he got there, I believe he found out that it was a man. He was just too embarrassed to say it that way. So it just literally, he was just like, no. My God. Oh boy, when I tell you, brother wasn't having it. He was not having it. And I mean, you look at his profile, he was blunt, he was straight up, and he meant it. He was just like, and if you inbox me and I see you got lashes, wig, or anything, I'm gonna block you. Straight up, he was straight up with it. But you guys just be encouraged. I wasn't gonna tarry long there, but I kept feeling it in my spirit and stuff, and I could feel the weight that was coming up off of her. And while she was talking, I was just praying for her because I hadn't watched her content in a long time either. And by that being a tablet, I guess I don't know, they be putting different stuff in your timeline and stuff. And she was just pouring out her heart, and she was just like she went to church and everything, but when she came back, she was just talking to the Lord, and she was telling the Lord, God, this is hard and I'm tired. I'm getting older. And yes, she had this little teeny weeny little waistline and all that kind of stuff. And I knew because I seen it actually when because she was like her favorite place is TikTok. But I saw her on YouTube. And when I saw it and I could see it, I said, she's going to get burned out because she's too busy trying to keep up with you know, and the whole church thing or whatever. And eventually, that's exactly what happened. And so she went away for quite some time and she was trying to get together. So I could see that she was like struggling, there when she did bits and pieces here and there when it came to, because she usually filmed in her house and stuff like that. And this last time, and I said, oh boy. So I think she either 29 or she's 30. Something like that. 27, 29 to 30. 20, yeah, 30. She's something like that, y'all. And she was saying she felt funny being on camera because she felt like, her body is transitioning now that she's getting older. Well, I think she didn't want to say it out loud, but I seen it. She's gonna struggle with that. She's gonna deal with that because her mom has big wide hips and butt, and I think her mom was small and petite like her. So at this point, and I still think she's too hard on herself. Why can't I find her name Alyssa? I mean, but I would have to search y'all out because I don't want y'all to be over there messing with her. She doing okay, honey. Let the Lord send her who she needs. Um, but I would, um, if I meet some young men who worth even introducing her to, or whatever the case may be, some godly young men, or whatever the case may be. But God got His time to bring whoever it is He wants to be in her life, and she is a sweetheart. She keeps the house clean, her little puppy dog, or whatever. She works. She has a very good job. She keeps herself nice and groomed. She knows how to stay in the boundaries of being a woman of God, but yet being very young at the same time. She carries herself very well, and she's experienced exploring life and experienced life. She doing her thing, and I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud of that. She is doing her thing, and that's what all y'all keep doing your thing, because the right person, if he's son Boaz to notice her, if he's son I don't know, child, the other man, because right now I'm tired. Okay. The other man in the Bible that noticed the woman well, however he sought them up, okay? He sought the man of God to get your woman go marry the man. So either way, what the scenarios are, God got a way. He got a plan or whatever. And it's just for us developing in that patient area that we need to be able to wait, if that's the way you want to see it. I think the word wait is what complicates things. When you think on it, on like as to how long it's taking and stuff like that, I think that's where the pressure comes in. So I keep my mind on God. I keep my mind focused on building myself, and my vision as far as that is that I want him to be proud of me when he met me. That I may have already had children before him and but for him to lay eyes on me, especially if he's watching me from afar, to see me face challenges, to see me come up, to see me grow, you know what I mean? To see me accomplish those things, that I'm not gonna give it all away, because this person, this I'm gonna know. That's why I put stuff out there. Y'all may be thinking, no, no, I'm very bold with it, but I know exactly what I be doing, because only one gonna be able to pass that test. You hear me? So you have to be smart, wise, and crafty. He said, wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. Amen. So it's okay, but you don't overdo it. And I think when men get to testing women, they overdo it. And when they look up, the woman be that exited. Or the woman end up playing so many games with the testing till he just say, well, I'm gonna deuces. You know what I mean? So you have to be wise and discreet about your vision and what it is you're doing. So when I think of it, I don't think of as I position myself just as by faith, as God has said, that He's already here. Like you always said, dress as you got the job. Well, prepare yourself as being a wife. How would you act if you had children, if you had that husband, that, person that you waiting to enter into your life? So at this point, I think, she thinks that part. But that's what people really don't see. It's not even, because it gets a lot deeper than that once you come into a marriage. That it's not just about you cleaning the house. It's not just about you, looking nice every day. He has other needs, and financial things gonna come on board. There's a whole lot of other things that's gonna come in. You hot and tight for the first whatever it is, and can't keep your hands off each other, whatever. But real life sets in, because we have to work. We have to bring the vision together to make sure things is gonna start off run smooth or whatever. It can't just be all passion. It, yeah, I think that's the best way to say it. You know what I mean? Passion is there, but yeah, you understand there's real life things that come. You know what I mean? So, it's a lot more to concentrate on than just that. So as for me, I just keep my mind on God and what He's doing, and not necessarily on no partner or anything like that. My only thing with my life is if I don't get married or whatever, I'll still be fine. Um, it's just being tired of doing everything by myself. So, like I said, everybody has different reasons of why they would want to be married or why they be. And I would say, for as marriage is concerned, because I'm not willing to jeopardize my salvation to be in a relationship with somebody and all that God has built and brought me through in life for what? For sex? Absolutely not. You see? So that's why now I don't care what people say. Nah, you should keep that. Nah, you shouldn't say that. Keep this quiet. Keep your nose and stuff out somebody else's business and let God give it to them like He needs to. He know what's around them. He know what needs to be said, and they should too. And whether they do or not, that's their life. You Hirsch your mouth. Ain't nobody asked you nothing. So get that message from God. That part. Ain't no way I'm gonna get on here and say I'm moving to Dallas or I would like to move to Dallas if I intended on moving in Dallas. That's you with your over and trying to get a word because y'all don't have gifts yourself. Oh, but Spirit said and God said you need to keep your moves private because what they're doing. Maybe I put it out there that way. If you was in the spirit, you would have called it. Dum da dum dum dum. Like seriously, that's the only thing about social media. You can't come get what you need and be inspired by the person, their story, and whatever it is they telling. You got to jump all up and try to be all deep and act like you got a gift or whatever, but you got to listen to them so you can go jump on and get a broadcast talking about what God said to you. You old lying hypocrite. And that's the thing. If I tell you something, you better downright bet your behind that it came from God and it's what He revealed to me and He want me to say, not what somebody else said. That's why I don't be going on everybody's platforms and stuff. I like the way God used me. Nobody can be so, oh, it's because of me that she found fame annuity. Oh, it's because of me, whatever. I just no, you didn't, bro, man, sister. I had to grind for this baby. What the boy say? Get it out the mud. Ain't nobody helped me do nothing but God. So my only thing is, and you get a little frustrated, you get a little tired sometimes. But with God put me in the position, this girl here, she still, when it comes to the place and everything like that, she in a place where she can be comfortable. And it's not that I'm not comfortable, but where I would like to be comfortable. This is where God is testing me. And by me not trying not to go outside of that or saying, God, are you testing me that maybe I should take off? And this is a lesson for me not to be waiting for nothing and nobody, which that is true. You should not be. Accomplish, make sure you do what needs to be for yourself, that you're not left heartbroken and tossed about and all of that. So I would say just praise God for where you are and count it all joy and a blessing because God has many reasons by way of how He make us wait. Some of these people have diseases out here. Some of these people going through a lot of things, and I really do thank and praise God for the mindset that He gave me about that, especially when it came to men. And I often understood that when God removed a man from my life, I always see either they end up getting into something that would have pulled me down with them. They are It was they caught something or something, and God removed me in the nick of time. See, that's what makes it dangerous when you're trying to hold on to something God tell you to let go. Because He can see beyond what we can see. He know their heart. He know whether they love you for real or not. People good at pretending and faking. And these days they cold as ice. He said, in the last days they will uh the love of men will what? Wax cold. Look at what we're looking at. So I think along that line because I'm still at an age and at a position where babies can come into play and everything. So y- yes, baby, I am very mindful because not trying to do all I done been through that and for me to remain open at this point in my life for God to get what He want out of my life by me being married, and if this He don't have children or something like that, and for me to at this ooh Jesus. So I done had a few words with God about whoever the brother gonna be. Yeah, hear me. So even the so I have children, so it's not a least likely thing that God may send somebody with children. So it's a lot that comes into play before y'all even get together. you know? So that is a lot to think about. But baby girl, I've been praying for you and I didn't really I just touched on a little bit of it or whatever, like I said. When I'm better, when I'm a little bit well in strength or whatever, I will bring out some deeper things and whatever. That's what this is about. And this, like I said, these things um are really the church is leaving it up to the secular world, love gurus with all this old foolishness and stuff. Um, to teach even godly people, that's just crazy. That's just crazy because they want to play so holier than thou. Wow. When the Bible says teaching the younger women how to mind their house and be a wife and stuff like that. Now you got the grandmothers and the great grands out here trying to be youngest they got darn children. And it's just crazy in competition with one another and all that. Now she ain't grandmama, y'all friends. Oh God help us. But anyway, um, it's a lot in there. But just be encouraged. And like I said, keep your mind in Him, your mind in God, and not be so all into that or whatever. That's why I don't even be all that, especially that whole Valentine's Day and all that. But I've been over that stuff for a long time, and I just got a feeling my husband probably gonna be a gift giver. That is okay, but I just hope he's not. You know how some women say this is something. Valentine's Day is not to say it's not a special thing for them, which I don't believe in that stuff. But nevertheless, you know, I'm not gonna ostracize my husband, you know, because I got a feeling we gonna have different beliefs in there somewhere with some of these things. See how many things come up in these situations, you see? So it wouldn't be fair to him to, you know, so I like things like date nights to keep things spontaneous, to keep things fresh. You know what I mean? Where when people meet me, I come off as being totally opposite. You know what I mean? But it's intended to be that way. God it means for it to be that way. You know what I mean? There's a reason why God do those things. When you seem like you were repellent to me, no, that's not. You know what craft that they always talking about? Everything got to be a SPEL. Ill. This just crazy stuff. God will put you in a season, and even when men get to the point where they be out here breaking women's hearts, they out here doing all this stuff, He will put them in a season. Sometimes it could be they can never find the right one after they be done ran over that person that God sent in their life because they abuse that person. I just heard a 70 something year old man tell me those very same things when I talked to him. And he told me that same story. And he said, he said, I remind him in some ways of a woman that he dated. He done been married 5 times. He came around here in the wheelchair and told, wait. He came right here in the wheelchair. My mama right there, she can verify my story now. Told my mama, she told me, she said, you let me come out here over here and knock on this here door. And you wouldn't open that door that day. I did not want to see a man come to that door. You hear me? I ain't want to be bothered. But I usually fix food and take it over there. And then his daughter got close to me and stuff. Well, his 2 daughters or whatever. And I was encouraging them to finish school and stuff like that or whatever. But he kept telling me the whole time he stayed next door to my mom. And he was 70, I think he was 73, 74 years old. And he was sitting over there telling me, I'm going to marry you. And I say, marry who? Oh, wait! I was like, marry who? He was like, you. And he went to church and stuff too. But he shared the story with me because I was telling him because it was somebody who propositioned me. They wanted me to uh like give up who I am and whatever to leave my home and everything that I built to move to another place, just say, just for the sake of information getting out. Um, but he had that control aspect and I seen it. It was his way of feeling that if I take her off her turf of being independent, then I'll be able to control the narrative by controlling her. And he was really in for a rude awakening because that wasn't happening. But I ran it by the man next door. Um, that was some time ago, y'all, before I even left Florida. And he had said to me, I ran across what the person said to me. And also, actually, I was supposed to be going to that state because instead of me doing the online dating here in Florida, I put it to the state that I was going to for it to be, because it's just this the whole thing here was too much. Um Circulation and stuff. So I end up for I think 6 months. I think it was yeah, I think it was 6 months. And he wouldn't give up. He was a dollar. He wouldn't give up or whatever the case may be. He was getting on my nerves. He was getting on my everlasting nerves. That was the one I was telling y'all about. That I had to take my phone everywhere. And I told him, I am not finna take my phone to the bathroom because you think that anytime somebody's face is not in the camera, then they must be cheating on you. I told him, your mama, your mama go to church. You need to go tell her to pray for you. Because no, and even so, when I was telling him about, and he knows what I do or whatever, and telling him how, there will be times when I will have to minister to men and women. And he, oh, you ain't gonna be able to talk to nobody because I'm gonna be right there. And I'm like, excuse me? Okay, does that mean you going you know what I mean, for us being protective, you know what I mean? Like, but this whole jealous thing. So it went I was just because I did want somebody to talk to at that point. And it was not bad. We got along really well and everything. But he was very agitated. He was very frustrated because I wasn't getting on the flight and getting on the ball. I needed to get to him because his flesh was hot. You see what I mean? And I wasn't moving. So he was hot with me for listen, for a space in time. He went away, y'all. But he couldn't stay away. So next thing I seen him sitting in the picture. But what I saw, it was stopped me in my tracks. And God said he would be a good match. And I could use him. He said, but there's some things that he has not disclosed about his life to you. So if you on the phone with me trying to trail me all day, where do you work? Period. I want to know what you do because you spending money and all that. So I want to know what you do. So it was a foreign for me. It's a foreign country because not a foreign country, but I'm saying a foreign place because it's somewhere I've never traveled to and I had never been. So us developing a dating period of 6 months, and in that time he went away. I think ooh, confirmation. So I must be right. I think it was like a month, y'all. And what happened was he asked his mom to let me know he had got arrested. And I saw what I saw. But God let me know that I wasn't crazy. And it's exactly what he showed me. So I was like, he getting his money some other kind of way. Because even the looks of him, he wasn't working. And he was talking about mama. They live in a nice house and everything. I said, he's still living with his mama. He's 40 years old. And I was like, well, no, he wasn't 40 yet. Um, yeah, he hadn't turned 40 yet. Because I met him before his birthday. And then he turned 40. So he got all hyped. And but I could tell too that he was gonna give me a run for my money because it would have probably been something like chasing a 3 year old or something like that because he moved around like that. He was just, the hyper people. And I was like, oh, this man gonna give me a whole headache. So it was okay talking to him over the phone, but I had to get to that point to say, I don't think so because I had God gave me a vision and He showed me me popping up, being where He lived, and He showed me when I got there that if I went out on a date with him, it was going to be a situation that he was going to be either so aggressive that he was going to try to force sex on me, or it was going to be so, you know what I mean? The whole thing that he was doing, you know what I mean? Just imagine. Now, who was saying you know what I mean? I hate that. But I was just seeing the challenges, and I was not going to introduce him to my children, especially my grandchildren, because at that point, that's what they were. So he was already tuned up for all that. He just couldn't wait, and he was gonna meet, mine. I was like, no, you're not, brother. No, you got a ways to go for that. No, no. So he had started getting more than that, and I seen God showed me that he had had sex with somebody, and he did not know. So one day we was talking, and I finally said something. I said, I'm gonna tell you something. And it's not to make you scared or nothing like that, but I know exactly what you did. And I said, I do understand. He was trying, he was trying, he was trying, he was trying. But the thing is, he had went to jail, and God had showed me that it was something going on with him. And instead of him saying that I need to get my life together, you know what I mean? He oh my God, take the whole, you know what I mean thing, please. But instead of him revealing, those things and not thinking that I was gonna say no or judge him or whatever, he did what most men would do, try to cover it up. But God had already showed me. And he only had one daughter, which was grown. With yeah, she was. I think he said she was 18. I think she's 18. And he was like, I did good, didn't I? I was like, well, yeah, I guess. I don't know you, but you got a bunch of children running around here, so or whatever. But it was this one particular thing where I was out taking care of business and stuff like that. And then he was like, he didn't want to get off the phone. So I see him and he was sitting at this gas station, and I was like, that is weird. So this lady, she had a big old booty and all that kind of stuff, and she and she had walked by, but I'm on the video chat thinking Bob with him, right? And I'm looking at his eyes were like, and I was like, oh, ever no. Just not, just not. And I seen it. It just, I mean, that thing just came right on through. It just peeked right on through. And I say he is WHORISH. He really is. And he was trying to convince me, all get out. You ain't going nowhere. I'm going to lock you down. And I got one more place on my body where I can get tattooed. That's where your name going to be because you going to be my wife. I see, you better not put my name on your body. No tattoos on your body with my name. And at this point, I don't think we going to make it to Wifeville because it's some things that I just have to be honest. It's not going to work because you still ain't came clean. It's something you're doing because ain't no way if you're trying to keep up with me all day, you're working. So he kept trying to spring up on me. He throws stuff out there and he'll say, well, what if I had a job that traveled? So at that point, he already knew. He felt like, okay, I don't want to let her go, but she's high caliber. And if she really see who I am, and I'm looking at him and I see he has an addiction. Oh, that was very prevalent when I saw it. But I was saying, is it that's what it is? So when the whole thing he came up missing, he came up missing for a whole month, y'all. So he called me and he texted me. He said, please answer my call, Natalie. I just want to explain to you what happened. So he got caught driving his mom's car with no license. So I was like, sir, may I ask you why do you not have license? Your daughter's 18, so either it's gonna be he got him taken away or he behind on child support. Me being who I am, you should already know I am not gonna be in taken with some man and your baby mama. If I marry you, she gonna be at me for my money. The devil is a lie. Uh-uh. No, I'm not done. So it went with that. He finally, his mama, he talked to his mom. And he told his mom, I'm really in love with her and I don't want to lose her. But I have a feeling when I talk to her, talk to her, she's not going to, she's not going to want to work with him. She's probably going to leave. If he had a came correct up front with me, that's why I say I don't like that. I don't like for people to make me feel like I am forced into a situation that I don't have a choice. I do not like that. When I get that feeling, I will completely cut that person off. I don't like for somebody to be trying to make me feel like they have to control me or have control of me. If I'm gonna be in a relationship, I need to be able to be myself. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna allow that person to be themselves. You know what I mean? Well, oh my God. And you know what? I don't know. Maybe he done found my broadcast because I just thought about it. He is the one that say, you know what I mean. I don't talk like that. And I said that to myself when I got off the other day when I was laughing with y'all on the broadcast and stuff. And I kept saying, I say, Lord, who are these people? Now look, he just revealed. I bet you that's what it is. I bet you that's what it is. That boy done found me on social media or something. Because I do not say, you know what I mean. I don't talk like that. So, oh my God. But nevertheless, out of all of what we had, whatever I had to say it for what it was. Um, because I could see when he asked me about if he had a job that was traveling or whatever. And I was like, why would I have a problem with that? You know what I mean? Well, look what I'm saying. See? Oh my God, help me, Jesus. Um, but I said, why would that be a problem if you travel for work or whatever? That's not a deal breaker for me because I know how to manage myself. You know, I don't need no babysitter and all that kind of stuff. So he was like, well, I would want you to stay close to my mom. So basically, he was telling me he wanted me. He's willing to change his life. However, he expect me to give up mine. And if I'm in the vicinity of anything that says a male, he must be there. So apparently he's not going to be able to work if he has to be on the video call with me all day to make sure I'm not cheating. So he says to me, his ex, I guess, um, apparently she cheated on him while he was on the phone with her. Homeboy was right there in the bed with her while she was on the phone with him, okay? So brother been scarred. You hear me? But I was like, oh no, Miss Natalie ain't got time for that. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I can't I can't see myself raising a grown man anymore. I mean, I done that's the days is over. I cannot. That would be a whole challenge for me. To meet a person that is immature, and God would tell me that would I would have to deal with that as being my husband. I think I would probably just say I'd rather be single. I mean, what I met on the internet and stuff like that, it made my stomach turn. To be honest, it really did something to me. It's just gross. And what I see and the way I see a lot of stuff, even with guys that's around, like the vicinity or whatever. Um, I went to the mailbox today. My mama kept hollering about she had something and I need to go get it. And it wasn't in front of the door. They stuck it in the mailbox. And I went. As soon as I did, remember I told y'all that man was standing across the street gawking at me and took a seat on the curb and everything. What? And lo and behold, I gets up there. Um, but I had on a nice long sundress that go down to my ankles. And I'm short, so I had to tippy toe get on my tippy toes to get the stuff because it was a whole bunch of mail to get the stuff out the mailbox. And when I look back to the side, because of course I wouldn't be stretching all up there on the mailbox, and this man is walking by, I moved back so I can see, keep my eyes on who's walking by, you know, for safety precautions. And to not be doing that while a man is walking by and I'm out there by myself. So he was just looking or whatever. I ran all the way back to the house. Because I was like, Lord, please don't let him say that. Please don't let him say that. Please don't. Please don't let him say. Because I was like, mm-mm, mm-mm. And I don't know what he was over there that day, what he seen when he was looking over here, but I'm telling you, that man had a gaze on me that he was like Superman with the, you know, the that come out his eyes, the beams that come out his eyes or something. And me and the lady was out there talking, and we both was like, well, dog. So for me to see him come down the street or whatever, and he was looking just like that, ooh, I probably should say something to her. Boy, I took off. You hear me? I was like, if any more mail in that box, mama done gonna have to get that mail because no. But yeah, the guy, and then they pretty much turned me to, yeah, pr- pretty much off the whole dating sites, the whole. And I had already said to God, you're gonna have to send this person old fashioned. Um, I don't think I have the stomach for it, and I don't think I have the patience for it anymore to deal with that many personalities and immature men, because it's a lot of that right now. So I say sometimes we need to thank God for what's not happening and what didn't happen. You know what I mean? There it is again. Lord Jesus. Y'all pray for me because that's got to go. That, you know what I mean, got to go. Um, but that's my part of it. And I will go deeper into the different things, probably write it down so I could just skip through it really fast. And it's not a long podcast or nothing like that or whatever. But you just really have to be patient with yourself and keep your mind where it needs to be. Not on sex, not on what other couples doing, your friends doing, and all that kind of stuff. You need to be building yourself because that man comes accompanying a lot of things. That woman comes accompanying a lot of things. And it does change a lot in the narrative, whether they already been married before, played a part, whether they just had a broken heart and they meeting you, because God can bring into those scenarios. That's why I don't do that whole thing with these people with this divination stuff and always trying to tell somebody how God gonna do it and it's not gonna work like that. And you got to do all this shadow side stuff before your mate and your spouse can get in. Child, nobody would be with nobody. Like for real. I just really I did y'all don't know. I detest stuff like that. Like shut up. Stop speaking stuff over people. And that ain't God, because God, I done seen people who done lost spouses. And in 2 weeks that they never thought, they said they swore off dating. Going back time going to the funeral, God done already hooked them up with somebody else and they done lived the rest of their life with them. I done seen people who done broke up in marriages. I done counseled some of those people that was in marriages for all of 15, 20 years, broke up 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, went with somebody else and had a child, and end up having to leave that relationship, and God put them right back with the spouse they divorced. What you say? You don't know what God gonna do, and whatever reason it was that God did or had those challenges that was facing and accompanies those situations with those people, then that's what it was. If God did it when Moses dating the Ethiopian woman and all the rest of them the way he did it, you know, why try to destroy when God prophesy into your life, where he speak a thing into your life? Somebody prophesy to you, your husband is coming, your wife is coming, and you all excited. Just imagine that. And all you keep hearing from some second, third hand, third party people, oh, this person is scared. Oh, this person, they thinking about you every night and they doing this to themselves. Da, 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 da. They want to tell you that they feel this way about you. Their family feel this way about you. Their mom and daddy feel this way about you. They done been hurt before. So that's gonna be, and you just gotta be patient. And you just gotta wait. And you just understand. And you gotta understand from their narrative and their part. And whatever the case may be. This person is thinking this way about you. And they listening to you and they watching you and they saying all this and so on and so on and so on. And this is what they're thinking. And this person is it. And did it. Oh my God, Lord have mercy. Mm-mm. That's just like a gossiping friend. You just want to shut the heck up. Like, shut up. Get out my business and let me live my life. I didn't come and tell you my business. So why you trying to be up in my business? And if that person ain't said that to me, that person could have thought that 6 months ago. Who knows? They could have crossed paths with me 6 months ago. They could have crossed paths with you 10 years ago. And maybe you had a run in with that person. But here they go, repeating the same thing for 8 goddamn years, talk about people on different timelines and all that. And that's even these church folks. Always talking about your spouse and they see your spouse. Well, it's been well over 10 years since I seen these people on the internet doing all this kind of stuff. You mean to tell me he ain't made it around the earth yet or the moon? Because for him to be riding on his ripping horse and be flying in, oh, he's moving swift because he's the knight and he's coming in. So the horse must have died and been resurrected. The man must. Can you imagine looking at that man like he the children in the wilderness or whatever? Where he say they feet they shoes did not go. You imagine he'd be probably bare feet looking like David Banner when he when David Banner the Incredible Hulk he busts out his clothes. By the time he get here, as long as he done took 10 years to get here, 20 years to get here, and he still ain't got here. He done been on that horse is lethargic. That horse ain't no more good. He gonna be walking. His pants gonna be David Banner. I can't never forget the Incredible Hulk like that. Why they do that man like that? He look like they put him on a tube top. And his pants was like culottes, culottes. Capris, because his pants end up ripped at the bottom, and it was worse than looking at Michael Jackson with them little tight behind pants on in the hot water. uh-uh. And then you telling me he rich, he got money? Wait, I gotta go. I gotta go. Can you? Wait. I'm sorry. With the whole picture. The whole picture of that. Just imagine. You did all that to go meet somebody that you were supposed to be in fantasy love with that person and never made contact with them. And you standing over there with wore shoes with some tight pants on and a tube top looking shirt because you've been traveling for so long. You done been like a vagabond, boy, trying to get man. Look here, mm-mm. And I'm just the one. You see how I just bust out laughing? He probably be done with me because I probably bust out laughing. I opened some clothes back. You better take that money and wealth and put some clothes on yourself because it's a no. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. I'm finna go, y'all. But remember, when I was younger, I told you the sweetest man that entered my life when I started dating was a young man. And he looked at like, have y'all ever seen that movie with Cher and her son? Um, what is it called? What's his name? Mask. Y'all watch that movie Mask. But the boy that I met when I was a girl, and he had a Mustang and everything. His daddy had his own business and stuff like that. And I hadn't started dating and stuff, but he met. I don't know why I seen that boy. Was he riding past and got my number or something like that, or whatever? Because he had to come and ask my grandmother was it okay for him. He didn't want nothing bad or nothing like that. He just wanted to come and talk to me. And she used to allow me to come on the porch, to sit on the step with the door open. And he'll come by and he'll talk, and my cousin will come out and she'll sit outside with us as well. And we all like had this little friend group going or whatever for a little while, and he was just like he had talked to his dad and stuff like that. And the next thing I know, I think Yeah, we was well. I don't know. I think he was a little bit older than me. I think he was like a couple of years older than me. He was driving and everything. Um, the next time he surfaced after I turned him down was when I was having my first daughter. And remember how I told y'all he came to the hospital room and outdid her dad. He brought, I mean, he just went all out the way for my baby, um, and me and stuff. And my daughter's dad was so embarrassed when he came in the room while the guy was there because he brought me flowers. He brought me, I mean, anything he could think of that just made my whole little day. He did it. He really did. And I never will forget it. I never will forget it. I always prayed that he would find somebody to really, really love him. But I didn't feel like I could take a relationship with him serious because he definitely, y'all see that movie Mike Tonight? Y'all remember the commercial with the Mac Tonight commercial? Remember that? Well, the man with the moon looking face used to be sitting on the Mike Tonight commercial at McDonald's. He actually looked like that man, I'm telling you. And go look up the movie Mask with Cher. Cher, I don't know what his name is, the guy, but it's Cher and her son. And he it's called Mask because his face was like a little deformed or whatever. And the boy was he's like real dark skinned, not needed. Lord, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. But he was sweet. He was the sweetest person. He was the kindest person that I met. And I said that too. I said, I always pray, like, God, I hope you didn't take that as of, and he said, no, because you didn't leave the relationship. You didn't leave the friendship the wrong way. You let him down. Well, gently let him know that it wouldn't work between you guys instead of me just ignoring him or, being mean or rude or whatever the case may be. You see what I mean? Wow, that word. That thing gotta go. So anyway, just sharing that with y'all. It is sometimes God will um when you don't appreciate when God brings somebody into your life and put them in your life during that time when he sent them and you done prayed and asked God, you done asked God to bring somebody into your life. That just telling God you don't appreciate the gift. Think about that. You telling God you don't appreciate the gift that he gave you. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. That's like spitting in God's face. That's terrible. So I always been mindful of that. And I always have been mindful, even when I thought I should have been heartless with some folks, you know, um, but always bearing in mind that I didn't want to reap that because what you reap, you sow. You see what I mean? Confirmation. And so I try to keep it that way. But mainly and truly, honestly, with y'all, it is. I since the pandemic, I have really had to, and I'm still there trying to come up out of it. Well, now that the girls are grown and everything, and me being able to now finally get in a place where I can go by myself where I want to go and experience life and stuff. It's different now. You know what I mean? Oh Lord, that is getting on my nerves. But I think that is pretty much the challenge because at this point, it can be kind of nerving for me. Like I said, after me leaving Florida and the encounters that I had with those people, and those people stalking me, they gang stalked me, they did all kinds of stuff. They didn't even know me. They lied and told people they know me, all kind of stuff. I mean, for real. Um, it wasn't that with the people. It was just like it was now in the atmosphere. And I would just be in places. And thank God that I did stay in friends with Brother Julian that long, because if he wasn't working or something like that, he'll often reach out and say, "You want to go sit by the water?" Or "Are you by the water?" He'll get off work and come in his uniform or something like that and come um something to make me laugh or something like that, or while I'm sitting there, whatever, except for times where I don't want to be bothered, because I can have those times where I don't want to be bothered. Not saying that in a relationship with nobody, because that wasn't a relationship. That was just um mm, Brother Julie. But I'm now having to push myself back out there, out there. You know what I mean? Well, stop the whole. I'm getting there, y'all. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna denounce this spirit. um, but now it's getting to that point, and I know I can't just, you know, or whatever. So I'm really working on that, and it might be nice to have somebody to talk to, but in my mind, it's just, ugh, ugh. I'm just playing out, but no, it's just truly me waiting on it, because I just feel like in doing so, because the enemy likes to come at me that way by trying to send somebody fake in. You know what I mean? See, there it is again. Well, anyways, that's exactly what the enemy has tried to do several times. So that's why now it looks a little bit different for me. And I have these men, these people who get all obsessed and all this kind of, y'all, mm-mm. And like I said, I don't have patience for that. I don't have patience for that stuff or whatever. Um, and I ain't even playing about me. You know, and I'm really trying to be patient with myself, but also being patient with the situation. My most thing right now is accomplishing what it is that I need to be doing for God, and establishing myself to where I want to be even the more, because there's still greater depth and more for me to do and accomplish. But in my heart of hearts, I would like somebody to be there, um, to really just be by my side while I'm doing so, you know? So it's not no crazy stuff. It's just that I rather wait. Oh, jeez. I rather wait for what God is gonna do than to be out here without that. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. These people out here and the things that I've seen and I've viewed and all of that, mm-mm. And I mean, they're a whole mess out here now, a whole mess, and they not divulging information in what they doing. And to be honest, I think that that whole baby situation with my daughters, my daughters and that baby's dad, it taught me a lot. It said a lot, because then not only did I just know, but it made me really, really think. It made me really, really think. Is at the point that somebody would take a risk on getting themselves infected just to infect you, that you can't move on. Have y'all ever thought about that before? That is what the world has come to. Why in the world, instead of moving on with your life, would you rather attract the disease to transfer to somebody else just to keep them from moving on in their life? If that ain't the darndest thing ever. So you got to be aware and you got to be mindful of the Satan's traps and schemes in what he be trying to do. That's why I said I may tease here and there, whatever. But oh, baby, I'm no fool. You better know it. And I be on my post, so I to keep from all of that and keep my spirit clean and all that stuff. I just rather not be bothered with that whole date type stuff and all that stuff or whatever. If I decide this time when I get ready to start going back out again or whatever to open that door or whatnot, maybe talk to a person or something like that. But I don't know. I just let God do what He do. I don't concentrate on that. I just let God do what He do. Cause if He leave it up to me, child, mm-mm, mm-mm. So I thank God for what He doing. Cause I ain't asking for nobody headaches, and I'm not trying to get nobody none either. You know. So my only thing is what I ask God for, and people would say that's like unheard of or whatever, but I just believe God is able to do that. And for the man that I asked God to see him, um, there's a very special request. So all that about you gonna have choices and you gonna have to choose between and all that. Me and God done had this talk, and even though some things gone whatever, I'm good. I'm good. It ain't nothing he ain't did before. So that's where I'm at with that, y'all. So I just keep myself, like I said, busy for the Lord and staying focused, like He said, in Him, doing what I need to do, and staying focused on me. Um, into my hubby arrives, or whatever. But to make sure, because I think for me, I don't have a bad attitude. But I think because it's been so long since I've been in a relationship, it just depends on the person though. But for me, I believe the only thing I would say that I would really want to work on a little bit more, and I think because of my patience, is my attitude. Yeah, I think, and I don't believe I'm gonna have an attitude with him, or anything like that. It's not that I'm saying that that's what type of person that I am, be attituded with a man, but I'm saying like my tolerance for certain things, because there's just some things that I'm just not gonna tolerate. Now you get what I'm saying? There's just some things that I am just not gonna tolerate, and I think that's what God gonna test me. Ah, it's funny, y'all, ain't it? But I do. I just like I see it coming, and I can see his face like, mm-hmm. When I show you, just wait. Let you get it all out now, sister, because he ain't gonna be nothing to play with either. You know what I mean? But I think I like it because that means he's not a pushover. That means he know how to put his foot down, and that's it. Long as he ain't cocky and controlling, you probably gonna have a little bit of that. Cause I don't know, I just can't get away from meeting men with that. Ugh. I can't stand cocky and egotistical men. It just, oh, it just sets me wrong. Just overly aggressive and controlling and ugh. So y'all let me get off of here because it's y'all be up here laughing at me all night when I just be telling y'all my little puny brain stuff. That don't mean that whatever. I'm just chit chatting with y'all, just telling y'all you could be saved all you want to. But on a day to day basis, you still a human being. You gonna think just like everybody else thinks. Thoughts go through your mind. You just gonna need to know what to do with them, whether they good thoughts or bad thoughts. Put them in their place and stuff. That's just period. And that's why I'm here. And that's why I'm doing what I just showed you. Because many of y'all, that's what y'all don't like about church. That's what y'all don't like about this whole scenario of that. They go to church and they act like they fine and wine and they marriage is all this and that. And look what y'all be seeing on the TV and all this stuff going on. Yeah, and I don't think that they owe y'all anything to have y'all all up in their life, but at least be honest. You know what I mean? So for me, that's what I feel that is valuable. I don't have to. I just share testimonies that will help other people when I know that is what God is saying. Is in the atmosphere or whatever. But other than that, I mean, I don't have issues with that other stuff. I'm pretty much pretty even Steven with the rest of it. Like I'm an easygoing person when it comes to communication and things like that. And it's usually, like I said, long as it's not that cocky, aggressive stuff or whatever, I think I'll be just fine. But for us, me tuning up my attitude about it, and what I mean by that is I don't want to be off putting or like a nonchalant, like, okay, you just got on my nerves, now get out my face. You know what I mean? They go that word again. But y'all, that's what I'm saying. Because for me, it's just being like, it didn't matter what they had to offer or anything, because that's not my issue. And it seems to be everybody think it's about money. It's about things. I mean, yeah, it plays a part, but that's not my main focus. Get it? That's not my main focus as far as meeting somebody when it comes to being established and stuff. So to each his own when it comes to that, because you know what's right for your life and what you can handle, and people know what's right for their life and what they can handle. You know what I mean? You know, so it's best, like I said, you in your single time you get to know yourself. And I feel that when I said my attitude, that I have become a little less patient, more like impatient. Um, whereas I wouldn't want to be agitating someone else. You see, so that's what I mean by that. But I really don't think that it's going to be an issue. Like I said, you have to know when it's God, and you have to know when it's the enemy that puts certain thoughts and certain things um out there for you to be having you to try to make you think that it's not going to happen or it's taking too long and all that kind of stuff. I don't let those type of thoughts linger in my mind. So when I say what I'm saying, it has nothing to do about how fast a person needs to be coming in. Because I'm okay with me. And rather than me having somebody rushing in upon me and bringing all the stress and burdens that I finally put down and don't have to worry about no more, no honey. you know? So if he can't come in and be a peacemaker like me or whatever, and we know how to communicate, that I think that's probably the biggest thing for me is communication. I I just yeah, the nerves, honey, the nerves. You know, and I don't know. At this point, the traveling and probably, being able to go around at certain times to visit my grandchildren and something like that. But I don't think that for us anything else is a problem. I take care of me. I do what I need to do, and I always been the one to take the really the one that had to be the one to carry the relationship. I think that's my problem that I'm not going to welcome that anymore in my life. I will not be the one carrying the relationship, or it will not be one. And that's period. We're not in it together, and we ain't gonna be in it at all. So I just leave it at that. But everything else, as far as me being clean, being all that other kind of stuff, that's a norm. That's supposed to be, and I'm okay with all of that. But some things are agitated, and you don't know until y'all get in one space with one another. We pretty much all know that if we over a certain age here. Then when y'all get in that one space with one another, that's when you start to. But no, I heard somebody say we're gonna be too busy making love. What? Who is this? Let me get off here. But I love y'all. Oh wow. Oh, okay. I'm gonna mind my mouth because I don't know who said it personally, but I heard what you said. Anyway, keep that to yourself. I love y'all, and I will talk to y'all later. And pray for me. And I enjoyed you guys, and thank you for coming on here with me and spending time and chit chat. Good night.